Hello everyone and welcome to Slitherine Next pre-show. We're live from Milan. I'm here with Mila Undro from Mua Games and Edmond, who is Slytherine's community manager. We're going to be with you for roughly 45 minutes and we're going to show you Master of Magic. Master of Magic is the reimagining of a classic from the 90s. We have the developer here with us today. So, Mila, how does it feel to be releasing Master of Magic in very, very soon?
Well, it's exciting, of course. Nerve-wracking too. Yeah, nerve-wracking. Yeah, it's just so good. You know, we've worked on this for a couple of years and just put our hearts and souls into the game. So, yeah, I can't wait for it to be out. It's that feeling of, I want it to be out now.
Awesome. Of course, we are able to show you the game today. If you're wondering, you can find the game on a lot of YouTube channels because it's out there, and in just 1 hour you will be able to get it on Steam and other stores as well. But yeah, we can jump right into the game. We have a safe game for you, so we can just jump right into the action, and Edmond is going to play. So Edmond, what can you tell us about the game and where we're at?
Okay, so as a lot of you big fans are aware, we showed the first 100 or so turns of the game, and a number of your favorite content creators had the opportunity to show you guys that slice of the game. What I wanted to do was show as much of what we might generally call the mid-game now. So we're well past turn 100, we're up to turn 131. You can see here I've established some towns which are developing in different ways. I've got my army that I started the game with, which I've developed over the beginning of the game. And now is the time to really start powering up as a wizard and start taking the fight to the enemy wizards.
Which wizard are we playing as?
So I'm British, so it had to be Merlin. That was just a given, and we're playing as the High Men as well, which is the loosely British-themed faction, if you will. So it had to be that. It couldn't be anything else for me.
And you've got the paladins, so we can just
yes, and we got paladins.
So.
Yeah, exactly. It's the metagamer in me also approves.
All right. So, what is your strategy right now?
Okay. So the main way well, not the main way, but one of the ways in which you can increase your power as a spellcaster is to secure mana nodes. But a lot of them are very well defended from the beginning of the game, so you can't really attack them early. So what I'm doing now is, this is my main capital city, and you can see here this is the queue system that is in the game. I've queued up some catapults, which I'm going to add to my forces over the next couple of turns, and then we're going to start attacking these nodes and taking them over to increase our spell power.
That sounds great. Right, so shall we take a look at the current army composition? Because I see that you have a couple of heroes right there.
Yeah, so I started with, as the Hyman, I started with a lot of just the basic foot soldiers, but they got killed during the early phases of the game. Their immediate replacement is the pikemen, which is a sort of next step of basic foot unit. And then we also added some Hyman cavalry, which is, once again, an expense step up. These are more mobile and therefore somewhat more useful, slightly better offense, but not quite as defensive. This I picked up from an event, so I've got some sprites, which is always nice. They've got great scouting, so I used them to scout out the upper territories here, so I could see what was going on in the world. And then we have the heroes, which I got an all-girl team here. It wasn't planned, trust me, the events are random. But I ended up with Valenar the Bard and Shuri the Huntress. So those are my heroes, and they've grown with the army during the early game.
Of course, nice. So Master Magic is obviously a game about magic as well. So shall we take a look at your spellbook as well?
Yes, of course. We'll maybe look into the magic screen first. So there's a few things going on. You're splitting your magical power, if you will, between research, casting skill, and mana. So depending on your situation, for example, if you're engaged in a war, you might cut down on your research, for example, to focus on your pure casting ability. So there's a dynamic to it there. And then your actual spells themselves, you have the selection to research from, and then the selection that you can actually cast or you're in the process of casting. So Merlin's got access to life and nature, so I have various life and nature spells.
Just as a reminder, there are almost 200 spells, or over 200 spells, am I correct? So there's an enormous variety. There's also almost 200 unique unit types. So that's...
Yeah. And with when we talked about the magic books and that, it's once you played the game a few times, most of us switched to playing custom wizards, and then you can, have, for example, three different magic book types and really play around with the different spells. You don't go up as much in the rarity of the spells or the power of the spells, but you get the variety, so there's all sorts of really cool strategies to play with.
Yeah, basically the replayability factor in Master Magic is just absurd. That's also the reason why there are so many players of the Original One after all these years. Well, it's a game which was released in the early 90s, so that's almost 30 years. But actually I have a question about this. This Master Magic is almost a remake of the Original One. Some of our fans have asked you, why didn't you choose to try and change some things?
So I'll tell you the whole story behind it. So it's early on in our design, we did kind of think we could, let's say, get away with simplifying some mechanics, maybe with adding some of our own stuff. But as soon as we got really back into the original Master of Magic, we played it, we went to all the forums, we just realized how much passion there's still in the original Master of Magic. There's people that have been playing it for 27 years, modding it, just absolutely committed. So yeah, very quickly we realized the only way for us to do it properly is to try and respect the source material as much as we could. So there's little things that we had to change, but we did our best not to mess with it too much.
Sounds great. I wanted to mention that there are already quite a few reviews out there, and I think that so far the general consensus is that the game is pretty well respectful of the original one. So if you're a fan of the original Master of Magic, chances are you will love this new game, which of course is not granted, because there have been some other games which try to recreate the original feeling of Master Magic, but none really managed to capture the sort of feeling that the original had.
Yeah, I hope so, and also our beta testers, and a lot of them are players, as I've mentioned, those players that have played for many, many decades. And yeah, fingers crossed, they've said they still feel like they're playing Master of Magic, and for us as the developers, that's just, I think that's the best praise that we can get, is that it still feels magical.
Yeah, so I've just, while you were talking, I've just built those catapults, and I've assembled the army ready to take this mana node. I just wanted to talk about this screen as well, because those of you out there who know me know I'm a big strategy gamer, and one thing with strategy games is you can reach a point where you have to fight a lot of very tedious battles because you've become very powerful, and maybe one particular enemy has become quite weak and they're just throwing lots of rubbish units at you. So you can actually auto-resolve battles in which you're going to have an overwhelming victory. And that's, sort of, that kind of modern convenience is really, really nice to have. So you can concentrate on the fights that matter and just resolve the ones that don't, which can always happen. especially when you find someone's scout unit with your entire army. So I'm just going to command this one personally because it's actually a mana node. And maybe we can talk a little bit about the fights.
Sounds great.
The enemy goes first because I attacked them. So.
Oh, I like the map. It's very foresty.
War bears, yeah.
Right, area. It seems small.
Yeah, they are very nimble and can.
Fire fast.
Yeah. They can deliver a punch.
Okay, so I have a hero here. She's actually capable of casting as well. So
what's your strategy here? Actually, I was wondering.
Well, what's interesting about this is that this is a nature node, and therefore any spells that I try and cast that are not from the nature class, if you will, may potentially just be stopped outright. So it's very risky for me to use any magic that's not of the nature type. But I do have some nature spells, so I'm not defenseless here. So I've got stone skin and greater strength. So I'm going to stone skin these guys because they were hit with ranged attacks. So the AI might try and finish the job there, and I'm going to try and prevent that from happening. And then I have these very slow catapults, so general strategy would be to just defend them while they do this.
I love the sound they make.
It's so satisfying. It's just
Admit it, you got the catapults just because of that.
They're great. I'm a big fan of the catapults. I'm trying to pick off their ranged units because I don't want them shooting at me from across the map. Now some heroes can equip different weapons, and Shuri here, the huntress, she has a bow, so I can also use her at a distance. But she's I don't know if you noticed the negative marker on her here. She's been webbed, so she can't actually do anything right now. So I'm just going to have to leave her be, and I'm going to bring my cavalry around the sides to defend my catapults, create a line, because the main weakness of the catapult is it can't move, or it moves very, very slowly, like one tile per turn. So I have to defend them while they get the work done for me.
You know, one thing I really like about this game is that each unit truly feels unique. It's not like a rock paper scissors thing. It's a lot deeper than that. There are so many unique traits and so many abilities.
And then when you have spells on top of that, so you have your units that already have unique spells and abilities, and then you have, depending on the magic school you have, you can just boost them.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I think it's time for rocks.
Just on the topic of battle maps, so maybe for the fans out there of the original, they'll notice that that's a bit of a change. So our battlefields are a bit larger, and obviously the hexes influence that. You know, when you had the squares, it was a smaller battlefield. But we've also slightly increased the movement points, so you know, it's a kind of give and take.
What was the feedback from the community?
Well, the movement points.
Don't change my precious original game.
Yeah, that remains a point of contention. So I think, so initial reaction almost always is, why have you changed it? And I've seen it on Steam and so on, people that watch the reviews, and I've seen people say, oh, you know, why would you do that? But from the beta testers that have already been playing for hours, they have also said to us that it does speed up the game, and you know, it is a change, but it's not a bad change. But yeah, that's been the movement points. It's a bigger point than the hexes. I think if I had to tell you one issue that the community has kind of, you know, spoken to me about is the movement point.
Okay. Well, when you have this kind of passionate community, they tend to be rather conservative about everything. There's this big nostalgia factor about basically everything. You can just touch one single aspect and then the whole thing comes down pretty much. But in this case, I think there've been understanding of why.
Yes, I think so. And I mean, I think I also understand their point, because with any change that you make in Master of Magic, it's such a wonderfully complex game. So with any change that we've either chosen to do or had to do, we also understand the domino effect. So the movement point might seem simple, but it has affected a whole lot of spells and skills and units. And then we had to, work around that and come up with solutions. So, so I understand their worries, but yeah, we've been very lucky with the community that most of the time they also understand our choices in the end. So that's been really good.
Sounds great. Right, Edmond, how's the battle going?
Some of my guys are being eaten by bears right now, but we'll just have to bear with me. And the fight is very grisly right now. But don't worry, we've got it. We'll have it under control shortly.
I believe in you.
So the reason why I'm not using I have a hero here that's a bard, and she's quite low level, and she just buffs. She buffs units. I say she just does that. That's the most important thing that she does. So I'm not using her on the front line because she's a bit of a soft target. So here I'm tanking with my melee troops, which are rapidly running out here, and my archer hero is picking off what she can, and then we should pretty much have this wrapped up shortly. But losses are inevitable in Master of Magic. This is not the game where you just keep the same army all the way through. You're going to be constantly replacing units. It's very difficult to keep everything alive.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're your minions. You're a powerful wizard, so they're expendable.
Although I must say, I do save scam when my heroes die.
Oh, no,
I hate my heroes dying. This is why I choose life magic most of my playthroughs, because it's got the resurrection spell, so I can bring them back.
It makes sense. Well, to be honest, I do the same.
I've learnt heroism. So you can be rewarded with spells for taking mana nodes, which is really helpful.
And that spell is great. It's when you get to the paladins and you slap some heroism on there, and it's just...
You're such a metagamer. I'm surprised.
I am too, but there's some joy from, just killing everything.
Okay, so I'm just going to queue up some replacements for the units that we lost. More meat for the grinder.
So I was wondering, who is the wizard to your north? To the north of the map?
Oh, that. So you have the opportunity to bump into various wizards, and to the north of me is Lopan. He says we're not at war just yet, but he has decided to build a town right next to my capital, so that statement will not be true for very long. The AI does like to encroach on you, and you do have to fight for your space. So that's what we'll, as soon as I've recovered my army, I think that's what we will go and do, is deal with this encroachment.
Oh yeah, he's moving in.
On higher difficulties, the AI gets really aggressive. So as soon as they show up next to you, you're probably going to end up being at war within a couple of turns.
So I've just cast Just Cause here, which is a spell that helps to attract heroes to my side, because we all like heroes. And
yeah, we do.
The mana node, which I've just freed up, I'm just going to create a magic spirit so I can go and meld it. And now we need to take care of this encroachment. So we don't we don't need no formal declarations of war here. We can just go straight for the throat. That's what I plan to do.
Nice.
There's my magic spirit. So your summoning circle is in your town, so my magic spirit will appear there. And then I can go and take the special action of melding with the node. Now it's mine.
You could use the move summoning circle spell if you want to go, because when your empire spreads and you have like 20 towns or something, you quite often you do want to move that because you don't want the spirit to have to fly through the whole map to get to a node. So.
Yeah, that's always a big difficulty in 4X games. The larger you expand, the more complex logistics become, so it's not easy. But yeah, I think, Edmund, you're doing a pretty good job there.
Yeah, so if you see here, this is just a scout unit, so there's no point in fighting this battle because it would be an overwhelming victory, so we can just send the familiar to do it. That way you can avoid battles that don't really, I mean, they matter, but from a strategic point of view, they matter. But from a fighting the battle point of view, I was never going to lose that fight, so we can just resolve that one. But once we attack, Lopan's real army will turn up, and that's when we'll have to deal with him. Ooh, Ice Bolt. Should we get Ice Bolt?
Yeah.
Okay,
sounds promising.
Let's start researching Ice Bolt. Why not?
So guys, I was wondering, who is your favorite wizard in Master of Magic? If you have one, of course.
Yeah, well, I go for custom wizards. So these days I will usually use Kali's portrait, and then usually go for alchemy and channeling, because alchemy allows you to transmute your gold into mana and vice versa, 1-to-1, which is amazing. We've actually increased the cost of that trait, so that was one thing we did change in the remake because it was so cheap. It was a must-have trait. And then I use Channeler because you get discounts on upkeep, so then I can slap that heroism on my paladins for half the cost. Yeah, that's what I do. And I usually go with life and actually nature. Not a lot of people like nature. Nature, it is said that nature is a weak school, but I love it. Things like change terrain and nature awareness and sprites. I
have one of the original events that's just popped up here, but there are, I think previously you just had to accept these things when they happen to you, but I have the choice here of spending mana or gold to try and mitigate the event. So I'm going to spend gold because I'm very wealthy. Oh, do you think you can attack my armies without consequence? Prepare for war, you worthless man. He was the one that got too close to me. He's just too clingy, and so. Right, let's just ransack the town. No defenders, really. Goodbye, town. Right, and I think that's part of his main army, so we will have to deal with that for sure. So one thing that is different about this game in particular in terms of economy is, in most games, and many sort of game strategists will know about this term of float. In most games, you don't want to float resources, as in you don't want to just hold resources in your hand because they're not doing anything for you. So people are spending all the time to try and power themselves up. But in this, you have to actually have the resources in your hand in advance. So if I have no mana, I can't cast in battles. So you can't be spending all your mana all the time casting, because then when you go into a battle, you have no mana, and then you can't cast anything. So you have to actually think about whether you're going to hold resources for fights or spend them to boost your economy. And I like the...
Yeah.
Do you want to go into the magics and actually give yourself more mana, because I can see you low on it. So while you're on the subject,
can you please min-max your game?
Better listen to the
paladins to build.
I just can't watch it anymore. I'm like, you have 38 mana. This is not good.
Okay, all right. I've boosted my mana.
Well, this is why we brought Mila, so she can give you some tips.
Yeah. It's weird to be out metagamed for once. I must admit, it's an unsettling feeling. Okay, let's command this one personally. I think this is just a scout force here. I think he's got some actual proper armies, but... Oh,
Ooh.
he's dispelled Bless. How dare he?
Well, Lupin is a powerful wizard, just like you. And he also has long-range artillery.
To be honest, the reason why I'm fighting this battle is because catapulting halflings is just the most satisfying. It's the most satisfying thing on earth. I can't wait until it's my turn.
Yeah, I never knew this until you told me. So now I know this. I'm going to give it a go.
Okay, all right. My turn. Unleash the rock. It's so fun when you roll high and you get the whole squad.
Poor halflings.
Yeah, and Master of Magic has quite a complex fighting mechanics. So it's really actually hard to get it in tutorials and that. So do you want to click on the question mark just to show you? So if you ever get like lost, we've tried to give it like a
The question mark?
Yeah,
Where's
yeah,
that? I've never looked at a tutorial before.
At the top.
Oh yes, here it
yeah.
is.
So that's like an additional tutorial. Then we did a little video there, and you can kind of go in and check how the battle works, because it's been a challenge, because in a lot of strategy games you could just show it, when you hover over a unit, you could show percentages and stuff, but it's just not really doable for this one. So this is our kind of way of dealing with that.
Yeah, because the games of this era usually came with a novel with manual written on the front of it.
To be fair, this one does as well.
Exactly.
So in a way, nothing has changed.
Well, we stayed true to the
Yes,
original,
of course.
manual and all.
Actually, the new manual has the same exact intro as the old one, right?
Yeah. I think there's a line or two changed just because in terms of the lore, there's a slight change. So the wizard that you become, it's more the essence of the wizard is kind of in the mirror, in the magic mirror, because in the tower, rather than the wizard being there physically. So to adjust for that, we had to, I had to change a few lines of the intro. But other than that,
Yeah, he undid my bless, so I just put it right back. That's,
Deal with it.
Yeah, you took it away, and I just put it back again. Oh, ow.
and you're fighting quite close to your capital, which is good because it means you have more casting skill available to you. If you were somewhere really far away from your fortress, you'd get less. So it's all sorts of complexity in game that you kind of learn over time.
It's being a wizard is a bit like being a mobile phone tower, apparently. you got to be closer to get that strong signal,
Exactly.
Okay, I'm trying to get rid of the fire support here because it's the slingers are they're picking on my hymen.
One thing I like about Master Magic is this classic 80s to 90s fantasy feeling, which is actually getting a revival nowadays. Lots of nostalgic sequels or remakes or films from back in the day are coming back. And I think it's the same with video games, right? I mean, Master Magic tries to capture that sort of feeling and atmosphere from those years. So I think it really does a good job. Was there any particular angle you went for, or did you just try to recapture the original feeling that the original game had?
Yeah, no, we stuck pretty much with the original, because as soon as you try to insert something else or insert more of yourself, it kind of messes with the thing you're trying to remake. I mean, obviously we've updated so the artwork for the wizard, they're the same wizards, but some of them are older, some of them are slightly changed. So yeah, of course, you update things for the current current climate.
Yeah,
But other than that, we tried not to do it whenever possible.
yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well, there were some comments about one specific wizard, but let's not get into that.
No.
I got it.
Nice.
This is a very, very tough unit, and I can't aim for his heel, so I just have to beat him down. Okay, the battle has not ended because my pikemen have been mind controlled, and I don't think I have any way to unmind control them. Oh, yes, I do. Dispel magic. Let's go. I can't. I'm just going to have to sit them out.
Yeah, just a matter of time.
Oof. They managed to kill my catapult while they were mind controlled.
Damn them.
Those are expensive, you know. Okay, so now I have to replace it.
So this is, of course, just a slice of a typical Let's Play. You know, a full playthrough will take dozens of hours. But the nice thing about Master Magic is no playthrough is the same as the previous one. So depending on the wizard you take, the schools of magic you have, the spells you pick, the race you're commanding, and of course also, you know, the world around you, each playthrough is completely different. So that's a game that can keep you hooked for years.
Yes, well, as many people have been hooked for years,
Yeah.
so we're hoping that they will be too with this one. And we've also added a lot of modding tools.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that the same thing will happen to the remake that happened with the original, which is having an amazing modding community. So yeah, we'll see, but that's the hope.
Yeah. Speaking of modding for the original game, there was a specific modder called the Seravi, of course, who made Custom Magic. And of course, Slitherine a few years ago re-released the Custom Magic as an actual DLC for the original game. And Seravi, he was invited to take a look at an early version. I believe you were still in alpha, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. it was still in
And what was his feedback about the concept and the game?
Yeah, he was really constructive, so he gave us a lot of notes. I liked his final feedback because he gave us unfortunately I won't remember the precise percentage, but he gave us a breakdown of what he thinks we did, which was pretty much so you did 85% original Master of Magic, 5% of Caster of Magic, and and now my maths is not going to work, but the other percent of your own stuff. And I was like, wow, that's actually, if it's true, if other people feel like him, I would be very happy because that's what we actually aimed for. So, I don't know. He's not told us since what he feels about the game now, but I hope he still feels the same.
Yeah, so while you were talking, I got offered another hero. That's because I casted that Just Cause spell, which attracts heroes to your side. So I've also got, don't ask me to pronounce this, Bogger the Orc Warrior. He's a melee powerhouse. So that's going to add a little something extra to my main force here. And I also brought my engineers along, my highmen engineers. So what I'm going to do is start building a road. So you can actually modify the terrain, and I've got a few spells that actually let me do that. I believe I have Wall of Stone and Change Terrain. So I'm going to do Change Terrain.
I like that one.
Just to make it easier for me to ferry troops towards Lopan here, who he decided to provoke me. But he started the fight, but I promise you I will finish it. All right, so I'm just moving up here. You see my spell is ready. So what this does is it lets me create forest. And what forest does is it improves the productivity of a town. So I believe there is a way of showing the terrain bonuses on the building side. This is really, I love the new town graphics. It's very pretty.
I think if you hover over the production thing
That's
in
it.
town, I
That's
think
it.
that's where you get like a breakdown of. No.
There it is.
Or the kind of, you know, the three worker. No. See, oh no.
There
I
we
can't
go.
remember either. Oh, there we go.
So,
We found
Well,
it.
you know,
We
it's
found
a
it.
complex game with a complex UI, so sometimes...
I never look at these things. I'm like, whatever,
The,
they're producing, that's fine. I don't check up on them. I'm
Oh,
not
there we
that
go.
kind of a boss, you know, they can do their thing.
yeah. So the, I mean, the thing is, I know that when you know it, you don't. It's nice to have the tools to actually see.
Yeah.
Is sort of the point I was trying to make. But obviously, we've all been playing the game for so long. We know exactly what every tile and feature does. So it's kind of funny that the tutorial is somewhere I would trip up. Okay, I don't think this town is very defended, so I think we'll be able to just walk in.
probably the army which was defending it is the army you vanquished over there.
Could be.
It could be, but I'm pretty sure he's got more than 5 units, so yeah, this is actually pretty undefended, so we'll just help ourselves. There we go, it's mine or mine.
Wow, you're on a spree.
I'm sure we'll see a response. Oh, there it is. So you can see here, look, there's an 8 stack that the AI is building.
I have a question. What can you tell us about the various faction differences? I'm talking of the difference, for instance, between Highman and Halflings. How do they play differently?
Well, they have different units, different buildings. So halflings, for example, halflings are good for a quick game strategy. So again, my favorite heroism on halfling slingers who are available to you pretty much from the beginning of the game. And yeah, you can get so much done with that. And they also have 8 figures in a unit, unlike other races, which is cool. For example, yeah, and then Highman, for example, the big difference is to get to their final unit, which is the Paladins. You have to build so many buildings. It's a real journey to get there. But once you get there, they are much more powerful than the Slingers. So it's a trade-off. You know, you can have a quick start, or you can wait and play the long game. So, and it's like that with most other races. I think it's only the orcs that are very. I'd say the orcs are very human. They're very beige.
The orcs are very human.
Yeah, they are. You know, normally in role-playing games and stuff, it's like the humans that are the neutral ones,
Yeah.
but it's the orcs here.
Speaking of slinger spam, the AI has gone for your slinger spam strategy, but
Okay, guys, I just have a surprise for you. Master Magic is out.
Yeah.
yes, now you can all play it too.
Everything went well. You can get it on Steam, Epic Game Store, GOG, everywhere. You can get it on Slitherine as well. We can't wait to see what you think, guys. So feel free to try it out. Edmond, I believe we have just a few minutes to wrap this up. So if you're really quickly, we can finish this battle, but we want to show the trailer before we finish this particular let's play.
Oh, this is the hard part, is where you prise my fingers away from the
Well,
the game.
worst case, there is a button to just conclude the battle automatically, I think.
There is
Well,
there is
takes-
yeah, we can 4x speed auto
Yeah,
combat,
I mean,
modern
There
convenience.
should be enough.
There you go. And the auto resolver uses spells and abilities. It's not handicapped in any way. So it's going to resolve this fight for us quickly. I'm sure we'll see some more satisfying halfling rock splat.
You know, with the 4x speed, it's pretty fun.
Rock!
So they're all on adrenaline rush. It's like
Yeah.
just rushing through.
Oh, he tried to dispel a spell but failed. What a pity. So, I mean, if you take a really good position in a battle and you decide you just want it cleaned up, the auto-resolver is there for you, both in the battle and outside of the battle. There we go. Woof.
Nice.
Speed running the game.
All right, so we're out of time. So I just wanted to thank you both, Mila and Edmund. But before we finish, we wanted to show you the trailer for Master Magic. So here we go.
Master of Magic is a remaster of the 1994 classic, which IGN described as the best fantasy strategy game ever made. It is a game which made a historical contribution to the 4X genre, and now Slitherine brings it to the modern era. Choose one of 14 wizards available in the game and compete with the others in a battle for domination over the twin worlds of Arcanus and Mirror. Command a selection of fantasy races, build armies, and expand across procedurally generated maps in a world which is vibrant and mysterious. As a wizard, your spellbook is your best friend, even more than your familiar. You have over 200 unique spell types at your disposal, ranging from damage spells to summons, from utility spells to the infamous spell of mastery. There's nothing you can't achieve through magic. When you do run out of mana, though, then you can revert to the might of your armies and vanquish your enemies in tactical battles. With almost 200 unique unit types, there is an enormous variety in terms of armies you can field, and each unit has a plethora of unique traits and skills. This classic gameplay was what drew the interest of so many players in the 90s, and it has been enhanced with everything you'd expect in a modern game. Improved AI, vibrant yet faithful artwork, dramatically improved graphics, new events, improved controls, and so much more. Yet the core gameplay remains faithful to the original game that drew so much praise. Every spell, every unit, item, hero, and feature has been lovingly recreated to capture the original game's award-winning depth and complexity. If you're a fan of the classic or a new player to Master of Magic, there is something for everyone in the worlds of Arcanus and Mirror. But beware, the rich treasures of these worlds will not be given up so easily to any that comes to take them. Only one will be able to stake their claim to ultimate magical power and become the Master of Magic.
And we're live, we're super live. Now, 45 minutes of Master of Magic that has just been released. So if you, in the meantime, whilst you watch this, you can go and download the game and start playing it when it's been downloaded. We are here in a new studio. So if you want to check, you've just checked the other one. You'll find some familiar things in this studio where we're sitting here with my friend Julia. Right, so Julia,
Hi.
here she is. Well, Julia, we have to do one thing before we start.
Yes,
actually, Let me do one thing. Sorry. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
Why? Because this is the first outing of our new studio. This is a studio that we have been working on for, I think, the last 5 months. So whenever you were asking, where is Tea Time, where is Newsroom, and all your shows, this is what we were preparing. We were preparing a new studio here in the new office. We'll show you the new office very soon. So we're very excited about all this. We're very excited about the new formats we're going to bring to you. We're very excited about how things are going to develop under this, in these settings.
Yes.
There's a lot of opportunities, and these sofas, these little chairs, are actually the only thing that's left from
Yes.
the last studio.
Yes, they're just a memory. But we have also changed the name for this huge event, this Slitherine Next.
Yes, we are calling this event Slitherine Next. Why? Well, for two reasons, really. One main reason is, of course, that the previous events were called Home of Wargamers, and it started to be a kind of an unfitting name for the types of products that we were showing. Home of Wargamers has always been a good name for anything related to wargames, so to Matrix and to what's related to Matrix. Slitherine is, of course, a different thing. We as Slitherine launch a different type of product. So we have wanted to sort of embrace a wider number of strategy products, and that's why we changed the name to Slitherine Next. Also because, we wanted to brand the event with our company name, which is, we don't use it that much. So we wanted to start using it a bit more.
Yes, because it's a beautiful name.
It is a beautiful name, and we want to use it. We want to use it as much as we can.
And today we are ready to show you many things.
So basically, what's going to happen? We're going to show you like a little intro, and then we're going to come back here and show the agenda.
Yes, the schedule, and we will also launch some new games during the live. So it will be a great live to follow. So stay with us, and I take the chance to ask you to follow us also on our social media channels, because we will keep you updated.
Yeah, so, ready for launching it?
We are ready for launching the intro, so 3, 2, 1, go! And back again.
Yeah, we're live. We're officially.
This
is officially Slitherine Next now.
Yes, we are in Slitherine Next after many months of preparation. We are so happy to be here, and wow.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you everything that went wrong before we actually launched it today. No, I can't. I would take like probably over 2 hours to.
Yes, it would be too long.
It would be too long. So, Julia, this is an area that in the next few hours we're gonna call tea room.
Yes, this is the tea room.
Because this is where also we're gonna broadcast Tea Time in the future.
Yes.
And also it's close to the other set where you're gonna do Newsroom.
Yes, it's like a mixture of Newsroom and Tea Time, and it's great.
These two formats are going to be back live in the new year, of course. Just after we just go on a break, and then we're going to be back here. Everything's supposedly working, so we should be fine to go back to our normal lives. What is it that we're expecting for today?
We are expecting many things. First of all, we will have other 2 releases today. As you can see, we will have Warhammer 40,000 games, and we will launch Sister of Battle for Battle Sector and Adepta Sororitas for Gladius. Then we will have Starship Troopers Terran Command. We will show you something great also here, and be ready because you will be really excited to know more about the future of this great game. Then Distant Wars 2. Then Headquarters World War II. You heard about this game last year, so you will be really happy to see the developments made on this game during this year. And then we will speak about Field of Glory Kingdoms, then Ancient Arena Chariots, and then I know that you guys were waiting for it. Broken Arrow, finally, we will talk about it. And then we will end our broadcast at around 7 p.m. GMT. So many things to do and many things to see today.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do.
Yes.
We are. I have to say one thing though. The biggest and most important stuff you'll see today is David Sherrock's jumper. That's the most impressive piece of furniture.
Wonderful.
We brought directly from Epsom.
Yes.
We were supposed to have 4 people coming from Epsom, so I'm saying a special thank you for staying 24 hours in an airport to Mark, Neil and Annie, and not making it, whilst David stayed probably half an hour and made it to Milan. So
yeah.
we are going to be ready to leave the mic to Alberto and David on the main stage.
And welcome back. So I'm here with David and his jumper.
Thank you, Alberto. I'm pleased to be here, unlike anyone else from Epsom.
All right, so as Julia was saying, today is a Sister of Battle Day. Who are the Sisters of Battle?
So yes, it's Warhammer 40k Sisters of Battle Day. So Sisters of Battle have been around Warhammer 40k for a long time, but recently they got a kind of a full faction treatment from Games Workshop. They're kind of an elite sisterhood raised from birth to serve their god emperor, and they're as zealous and fanatical as you might expect someone to be. They're elite troops. They run around wearing like Space Marine armor despite not being Space Marines. They wield bolters despite not being Space Marines. They are bad girls and have come to fight.
Sounds very appropriate for the Imperium.
Yes, very much so.
Right, so today the Sisters of Battle are being added as a playable faction to both Warhammer 40k Battle Sector and Warhammer 40k Gladius. Let's start with Gladius. So before I ask you to elaborate a bit more on the faction, we do have a gameplay trailer to show you that will introduce you to the new faction in Battle Sector. So here we go, let's watch the first trailer.
Deep in the purest and most holy of Imperium's cathedrals, those dedicated only to the worship of the Emperor train their spirit arduously for the task ahead. An elite sisterhood of warriors, they step forth from the confines of their churches to do his will. No lesser for the time spent to the task of ridding the galaxy of the alien, the mutant, and the heretic. Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector is expanding its epic turn-based action with the Adepta Sororitas DLC. Included in the DLC are 15 new, exquisitely crafted units with lore-accurate models, directly inspired by the official tabletop models. The units also come with their own special abilities and war gear, and are primed and ready for battle in skirmish, multiplayer, planetary supremacy, and the new Daemonic Incursion mode. The Sisters of Battle bring a whole new dimension to the battle for Baal, as damage charges special abilities, damage resistance, and HQ powers. Combined with potent healing options, especially tough units designed to soak up damage, and the ability to shield more fragile units, the Sisters of Battle have a unique and interesting synergy, unlike that of any other faction.
Cooking.
Before we get deeper into the faction, well, we can see the chat, but I can imagine there are quite a few questions about your jumper. Where did you get it?
It's Christmas. You keep inviting me here in Christmas. Last time I had to stay in Milan and wear a Necron jumper.
Yeah.
This time, the wonderful people at Games Workshop and Merchoid were so inspired to send me this. So who am I to say no?
Unfortunately, people can see it in the camera, but there are a lot of tiny Warhammerish skulls below the Sister Battle symbol.
See? It's wonderful.
Yeah.
I will wear it every day till Christmas.
All right, so I believe that our community manager can post the link to the store if you want to get this same jumper.
Or others, yes.
Yes. Well, anyway, what can you tell us about the Adepta Sororitas, also known as Sisters of Battle, in Battle Sector?
So in Battle Sector, they're kind of sent in to be the mirror to the Blood Angels. So the Blood Angels is all about going out there, attacking you, punching you in the face, getting very angry about things. Sisters are about taking those hits and getting very zealous about things. So they'll take hits, they'll get more evasive and get harder to hit as they take hits. So if you don't get them down quickly, they keep coming back and keep coming back hard. A lot of their skills are based around inspiring their fellow sisters. They might get more hits than you expect coming from the same place. They have artillery, they have tanks, they have rhinos, the first actual dedicated transport unit that we've seen in Battle Sector. So a real mobility powerhouse. They can bring the pain from all sorts of angles.
Speaking of units, many months ago we had added 3 Sister Battle units originally. We decided to expand these units with more, well, you know, in a brand, in a complete playable faction. We do have 2 trailers to show you to get deeper into some of the cool new units coming with the DLC. So let's have a look at the first one.
The Sisters of Battle on Baal call for aid, and who better to lead them but the mighty Canoness, a veteran warrior of countless battles, yet also a pious leader with an unmatched sense of faith. The Canoness's mere presence boosts the morale of nearby sisters. Her words of contempt ring in the enemy's ears, shattering their confidence. Ready to give their lives to protect her, Celestian sacrosancts have sworn an oath to defend their sisters. Their mighty sacrosanct shields turns aside ranged fire as surely as it turns aside a blade, with each hit only increasing their resolve to defend the line. Returning the enemy's hate in kind, the deadly exorcist fires massive volleys of deadly missiles. The artillerist plays to soothe and invigorate the mighty machine spirit with potent worship that seemingly guides missiles to weak points and critical areas. When the time comes to strike, the Paragon warsuit wades into the enemy lines. A warsuit as weighty as any tank, there is nothing it cannot carve with the blessed Paragon warblade. Yet such a mighty weapon may be wasted on hordes of the unworthy. The Paragon grenade launcher is the answer, enabling the Paragon to lay waste to such hordes with ease.
Wow.
Yeah.
I really like the work that Black Lab Games has put into these models. They really look amazing. There are some amazing screenshots that you can find on the store page, and they really did a great job. I think, well, I'm a bit biased, but I think they're the best Warhammer 40k models ever made for a computer game, to be honest. But yeah, shall we move on to the second trailer?
Yep.
A sister's duty is foremost to the Emperor, but also to his subjects. No sister understands this better than the Hospitaller. Her presence is a welcome sight as she tends to the sick and injured, returning them to battle to continue to fight in his name. The Adepta Sororitas is an order of mercy, and those that sin may atone for their crimes as an arco-flagellant. Armed with arco flails and with a potent mixture of combat stimulants flowing through their veins, they tear the enemies of the Imperium asunder in an incomprehensibly violent melee frenzy. Should a sister commit sin, she may be offered the chance to take the Oath of Repentia. Her war gear, rank, and honor stripped from her, she may seek atonement only through the deaths of his enemies. Each granted a penitent inviscerator, they make devastating, fearless charges into the enemy. Not all those who sin are worthy of forgiveness. For those whom justice must be given swiftly, the pure flame of an immolator will more than suffice. Its blessed twin flamers cleanse the battlefield, while protecting a squad of sisters inside its thick, ornately armored hull.
Wow.
Yep.
So, personally speaking, I really like the new vehicles. most of all, I was wondering what is your favorite unit from the DLC?
It's a choice, really. The Exorcist missile launcher is just a whole new realm of hurt. But personally, the Canoness, she is a HQ that gets in there, mixes it up, brings everybody with her, and importantly, if she gets sniped, everyone else gets better because they get quite angry about it. So what more could you want?
Makes sense. All right, so this is the new DLC, but there is an update going up along the DLC.
Yep.
And it adds, of course, the demonic incursion mode. What can you tell us about it?
Yes, so later on today, in a couple of hours' time, the release will go out, and as kind of a free update, you'll be able to play a whole new game mode with any of your factions that you own, so either Blood Angels, Tyranids, Necrons, or Sisters of Battle, where you can choose to take on innumerable hordes of the Demons of Khorne. It's basically a survival wave-based game mode. So you're basically going in there with whatever army you choose. You get a small army, a small kill team, or you can take a 3,000 point horde of tanks. It's up to you. The simple job is to survive. How long can you last against innumerable waves of Khornite demons? If you've got bloodletters, and you've seen whole new things we've added of things like skull cannons and all these kind of things, all coming at you from every direction. And you'll get reinforcements, but will there be enough?
Well, I'm seeing something new on the screen because that wasn't in the game.
No, you'll obviously pick the skull cannon, the throw hand, and the bloodletters at the beginning, but right in the background there is our wonderful bloodthirster.
Yes.
Who doesn't turn up straight at the beginning, but when he does turn up, you're in for a world of pain.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. All right, so we can't wait to see what you guys think about this new update, as well as the Sisters of Battle DLC in Battle Sector. Shall we move on and talk about Gladius a bit?
Yeah, sure.
All right,
yeah.
So Gladius is also getting a new DLC, and they're also getting the Adepta Sororitas as a playable faction. For anyone who is familiar with Gladius, each faction comes with their own unique units, tech tree, set of buildings, unique quest lines and heroes, and of course, unique gameplay mechanics.
Yep.
But what can you tell us about the Sisters of Battle, and what kind of new features do they bring to the table? Because Gladius has been around for a few years, and there are already quite a few playable factions. So how are the Sisters of Battle or Adepta Sororitas different compared to the other playable factions?
Well, I said they are the Sisters of Battle. They are built around faith. But like I said, Gladius is a 4x, and their mechanics are kind of on that 4x scale of each unit can perform small acts of faith, which then, if buffed with their kind of support units, can perform bigger acts of faith. They have a wonderful quest line about obviously suppressing heresy. Gladius is very much their sort of town. It's what they were very much brought here to do. And of course, when they start rolling out tanks and also knight lancers and strike fighters, they really can bring a whole world of hurt.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to playing them. So before we finish the presentation for Battle Sector and Gladius, we wanted to show you the new faction, the new intro video for the Adepta Sororitas in Gladius. So here we go.
Life is worthless without faith. Faith in the God Emperor. Faith that he will save mankind. The Adeptus Sororitas are the guardians of that faith. These people were our people. And when the world was lost, when the cities fell, we defended them from the Xenos, the heretics. But soon we stood against the dark, alone. Others would have lost hope, but not the Adepta Sororitas. And finally, our faith was rewarded with the blessed Celestine at our head. We will save these people for the God Emperor!
So these are the Sisters Battle in Battle Sector and Gladius.
Yep.
All right, so thank you so much, David, and I hope it was a really nice time for you.
No, everyone, if they're available later today, please hope people enjoy playing them.
Thank you so much. All right, so shall we move on and talk about Starship Troopers? We released the game roughly 6 months ago. I believe it was June 16. It's been a really successful release for Slitherine. To be honest, it's been the best, the best release that Slitherine ever had. It was such a pleasure and honor for us to really pay our respects to a wonderful franchise such as Starship Troopers. So I have a special guest with me here today. It's Lucas Neisten, creative director of the Artistocrats developers of Starship Troopers Star Command. Hello, Lucas.
Hello, Alberto. Thanks for
Welcome.
inviting me.
All right, so my first question for you, how do you feel about the release of Starship Trooper and the path so far?
Well, obviously, we're very happy about the reception of the game. So the success of the game has allowed us to grow our team, and it will allow us to keep supporting and expanding the game, which is something we have a lot of ambitions to keep doing that. And realizing that there is a community that will support us in doing this is obviously a very good feeling.
Nice. All right, so back in September, a couple of months after the release, we published a roadmap which listed what we were planning to add in Starship Troopers during the first year of development. It's been a successful ride so far. Back in October, we released the first milestone of this roadmap, which was called the Chemical Reaction Update. What can you tell us about it? What were your goals for adding these new scenarios and this new unit?
Yeah, so we decided to release this update primarily because we wanted to show to the community that we wanted to keep supporting the game. So it was a means for us to release content for free that added to the game. And we ended up releasing 3 scenarios basically, and they're all based around a new unit type, which is called the Chemical Troopers. And another reason for doing this was because we wanted to do some experimental features basically in the game, and we used this as a means to see what the response from the community was. So, for example, all the chemical scenarios have a local high score system, which means that you can replay the scenarios and beat your own score basically. And in addition, we have one scenario that is really experimental. So we have you can gather a resource there by killing arachnids, and you can then use that resource to buy new units or unlock more areas on the map or get more war supports. And it's been very interesting to get feedback from players on mechanics like these, because we're always looking for player feedback and how to basically do more with the game.
That sounds great. What I really like to see, was community members sharing their own high scores on Discord and on the forum and on Steam, and it was really good to see them competing and comparing their own high scores. So that's the type of community content that can really help foster a thriving community, which is very important, I think, for an RTS.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of community content, there was another big milestone in the roadmap. I'm talking, of course, of the scenario editor. That's been in open beta for a while, a couple of months, right? Yeah.
Correct.
How has the feedback been so far, and what do you think of the scenarios that people are making?
Yeah, so we are very happy with what's happening with the scenario editor. There is a lot of people who are creating very cool scenarios. So this ranges from really story-based scenarios, with like you take a squad of troopers to an area and there's storytelling. People even added their own voiceovers. And other scenarios are like really the classic defend the outposts, inspired by the famous movie scene of Whiskey Outpost, where you have to defend your base against lots of endless hordes, basically, of arachnids. And the quality of the scenarios has been really high. We're very happy about that, to see basically how enthusiastic people are about being able to use the editor. So it's now an open beta, which means that everyone can use it. If you jump to the beta branch on Steam, and we actually allow everyone to play the scenarios in the live version of the game already.
Last week, if I remember correctly, or 2 weeks ago, Lucas ran a very successful stream on our channel where he showed the basics of crafting or custom scenario. If you join our Discord channel, there are quite a few player-made scenarios that some are really good. So if you want to play them, you can just join the Discord channel and download them from there, as well as find the set of instructions on how to install them. But my question for you is, well, there is a specific feature that is highly requested from the community, which will make accessing scenarios easier for players. I'm talking, of course, of the Steam Workshop support. So, is it coming?
Yes, absolutely. So currently the way to get scenarios is you have to go to the Discord channel, which there is actually a button for in the game. So if you go to the scenarios panel, there will be a direct link to the Discord channel. But obviously that means that's not very useful or not very user-friendly, basically, because you have to download the files and know where to put them. So Steam Workshop support is something we definitely want to add, considering the success of the scenario editor, and something that will make it a lot easier for players to join us, to get this content, to download it, and also to upload it. So that is something we do want to put into the game before we actually put the editor into the live version.
Sounds great. Actually, there is another highly requested feature. I'm talking, of course, achievements.
Yeah.
So my next question, of course, is, are achievements coming?
Yes, absolutely. So achievements is also something we're currently working on. Basically, what we'll do with achievements is every campaign scenario will have a set of achievements. So it's still not entirely certain how many achievements each scenario will have, but it will be probably 2 or 3. And basically, there will be a couple of achievements that are reasonably straightforward to achieve. So by just basically playing the game, you'll be able to unlock these, but we'll also have a number of more tricky achievements that you can only get by playing with certain units or using special abilities in a certain way. So we're offering like a range of challenges for these achievements. And that is coming in Q1 probably next year, early next year.
Sounds great. Before we move on, I wanted to mention that we are updating the roadmap at the end of this presentation. So we will be showing the new roadmap near the end. There's also another small asset that I'm going to announce today. Not even my co-workers at marketing know about this. Marco doesn't know about it. I'm talking, of course, of Steam trading cards. So yeah, Steam trading cards are coming for Starship Troopers. Surprise. All right. So, let's address the big elephant in the room. Steam Workshop support, achievements, they're all fun, but what people really want to know about is new content, new DLCs, a new campaign, maybe a new planet, new units. I know that maybe you don't want to say all of it yet. We have big plans, but I'm just wondering, what can you tell us about this? What do you feel comfortable with sharing?
Yeah, so besides what we've already talked about, one of the things that's currently a big focus in our development is working on a new environment. So we'll have a new environment that is taking place on a new planet, and it will have a new campaign, new units, etc. But before I say anything else about it, maybe we should watch a little teaser that we've created for this.
Okay, let's watch this video. Wow, new lava planet coming for Starship Troopers 10 Command. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, this small teaser didn't show any new unit yet, but they're being prototyped. You will just have to wait a bit longer, just in order to get an official announcement and a full reveal of what this new planet entails.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what can you tell us about this lava planet?
Yeah, so as I already said, it will be a new planet. It will have a new campaign, so a new storyline with characters and all that. And in addition, it will have a lot of new player units and a lot of new Arachnid units that are fitting the theme. So we cannot reveal any real details about it yet because we're still very much prototyping this content. but over the course of next years we'll be sharing a lot more information about this. But we can say that we chose the lava planet because it's an interesting environment. It will not just be visually unique, but also it offers some new environmental features. For example, there will be volcanoes that erupt and can damage your units or the box. Basically, if you use it well. There are also like these lava geysers which will erupt lava at unpredictable times. Well, you can actually see it coming, so it's something you have to avoid as a player, but at the same time you can use it in your own advantage by building a defense line beyond the lava geysers and like luring the box into them and using the environment basically as a weapon against the enemy.
That sounds great. You know, Terran Command is the type of game in which normally a lot of your guys die. Like
it happens.
Yeah, it happens. So I'm just really looking forward to in what kind of different ways your guys can die in this new environment, because it sounds really creative. All right, so just wanted to mention this Lava Planet is part of a new DLC that we haven't announced yet, but it's going to be released in 2023. So Lava Planet DLC, stay tuned for the official announcement later next year. Anyway, there was a specific asset in the roadmap that people are really looking forward to. Back in September, we announced a new game mode which will enhance replayability. So my question for you, Lucas, is what do you feel like sharing with us today about this new game mode? How is work going? What can you tell us?
Yeah, so the new game modes is something, well, game modes in general, more game modes is something that players have really been asking for. And we completely agree with them that there's a lot of content in the game, and we want to make sure that they can have more game modes basically than the campaign to use that content in. So while I can't be overly specific about exactly what we're doing, again, because we're prototyping a lot of stuff and we don't want to announce something before we feel more certain about what we're doing, but we do have a couple of specific goals in mind for these new modes. For example, one of the primary things is to give more control to the player to decide what kind of units that they have and what units they produce, and to progress basically through the tech tree to counter what the arachnids are doing. And another aspect that is tied into that is offering more replayability. So it should be a mode that's really focused on replayability. And for example, by giving more control to the player, of course, you also allow them to decide on their own how to beat challenges and try new tactics and new ways to beat all the stuff the bugs are throwing at you, basically. And finally, the third point I would highlight is that we want to make sure that this game mode is very expandable, so that we can add new unit types, new abilities, etc. For example, the new Lava Planet will be something that we can integrate into the new game modes, so that it is very expandable.
Sounds great. Well, I know that a lot of fans are asking about it, and they're really curious to hear more about this game mode. I can only invite you to stay tuned if you want to learn more, you know, just to quote FedNet. So you can just join our Discord channel, or just, you know, keep checking the Steam page or, you know, your store of choice. Just stay tuned, and we will be saying more about it pretty soon. Before we wrap this presentation, I just wanted to ask you, are there other news for Starship Troopers Terran Command that you want to share with us today?
Well, of course, besides all the stuff we announced today, we're always working on the game. We're always working to improve the game, like small features, small updates. Usually that is based on what we see on the feedback from players, basically what they're asking for. So one example of what we are currently adding to the game, or basically we finished it, but we need to test it properly and then release it, is we're expanding the unit controls, the unit control groups. Sorry. For example, now you can only, in the current version, you can only assign a unit to one control group, but with the update you'll be able to assign it to as many groups as you want, which is a feature that is very common in all the modern RTS games. And of course we want to make sure that it's also available in our games. And it's one of those features players have been asking for. So we're always looking for ways to improve the game.
I'm pretty sure that fans will be happy to hear about it. So I'm wondering if we can show the new updated roadmap, so we can share with you guys. We will be posting it on Steam and our site pretty soon. All right, so this is the roadmap for basically the first half of 2023, roughly. No, there are no dates yet, but we can say with confidence that the scenario editor is going to be released alongside the SteamWorkshop support in Q1, around probably January or February, right?
That is correct, yes.
Then, of course, we'll have extended control groups, as Lucas just said. Achievements are coming. And then we are going into more meaty territory. We have the Lava Planet DLC and the new game mode coming after, well, we don't know yet, but in 2023 for sure. So yeah, that's the roadmap, and we can't wait to hear what you have to say about it. We're really curious. As usual, your feedback is super important for us, so just feel free to contribute and let us know what you think. All right, so we'll be back very soon, and I'm just going to pass the microphone to the tea room.
And we're back here with Julia.
Yeah, hello everybody.
One thing, Julia, I have to say is that it's great that after all these events that we managed to have with, we started, everything was remote. Then we had first maybe a bit remote, a bit of people in here, and now we have upstairs in this office we have I think 4 developers coming to show their games. So I think this is a great achievement for us.
Yes, it's wonderful.
It's really good. So there are 2 games that you will not see today, and I want to give a little bit of a peek on both of them because of course you know that we care about updating you about a number of things. So the first game we're going to talk about is Terminator. You all know that we have a Terminator game in development, Terminator Dark Fate Defiance. It's a game we really care about, and you know that after all the years that you've been waiting for on the Starship Troopers game, we have delivered a very solid Starship Trooper experience. So Terminator is alive and kicking. The development is going on, but we are really pushing the boundaries of making it a great game, a great tactical experience, a game that would fit the new wave of RTSs coming out in the coming months. So we want to be up there with the best games and deliver a game to you that that's absolutely awesome. So just stick with us and stick with the social media channels, and we'll make sure that you know more about it. The main thing I want to say today is that the game is going to enter beta very, very, very soon. So stick with us about that. It's good news, is it?
Yeah, wonderful news. Yeah.
It's like, how do you turn a negative news is, the game's been delayed into a good news? Well, you're going to have a beta very soon.
Yes, and we keep our promises.
Sometimes. Right, so before I'm going to leave my position here, I'm going to welcome someone else, a new colleague of ours.
Yes, a very new colleague.
And I'm going to be back here in a few moments.
And we are here with our friend, colleague.
Hi, Julia.
Francesco.
Hi, Julia. How, Julia? Such a pleasure to be here.
Welcome to this stage. It's your first time here. Are you excited?
Oh, very, very much. Very, very much.
Wow.
I couldn't sleep tonight.
I know that. And I'm really happy to have a new face next to me. It's great. It's really great.
It's great for me too.
And you're also the owner of a great part of Slitherine, that are the tournaments.
Exactly.
You want to say something to our followers and community?
Of course. First of all, I would like to thank to all the participants we had this year, and congratulate once again to all the winners. It was an amazing year, quite busy, lots of tournaments. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, guys. You were great.
Thank you. So but it's not over, because 2023 is going to be bigger.
Yeah. So do you have any plan to spoil to us?
Of course, our plan is to have more tournaments during the year, more frequency on lots of tournaments on different video games, and bringing some new kind of mode. Like so far, we got all the same system for all the tournaments, and we would like, and we are testing maybe in the first part of the year, we probably bring the knockout elimination format to our tournaments. That could be a good news for some players. Yeah. We are keeping the old format too, so just to have a little bit of differentiation for everyone.
Wow, that's great. Really, really exciting. And we also have some new games that will have tournaments. Right?
Of course, as we're releasing new games, as you probably will see later on during the streaming, we have a few news and few new games that will join our tournament program.
Yeah, in 2023. So 2023 will be a great year for games, for tournaments, and there are open tournaments now that our user can join?
For the Battle Sector lovers, we still have the Holiday Madness tournament that is still open, starting on the 15th of December. So you still have a couple of days left to join the tournament and play over Christmas and the holidays to have fun.
Wow, that's maybe the perfect way to spend Christmas holidays.
I think so.
I think that's great. Thank you, Fra. And also other news about Battle Sector.
Yeah, we got a pretty big one. That starting from today, we are opening up a new sign-ups for our very first prize tournament of Battle Sector.
Wow.
I'm really proud. I'm really excited about this. Because it's going to be super big, and of course we opening up the sign-ups today. Then the tournament will start on the 1st of February, and it's going to be all themed of the Sister of Battle that is releasing today. So it's going to be our first prize tournament and our first theme tournament. Then after Sister of Battle, we will have more theme tournament about every faction. And as a prize tournament, Giulia, I brought a little surprise. So one of the prizes, the other we will release is probably next month, is
wow, what
comic
is that?
book. Wow, comic book of themed Sister of Battle. This is gonna be one of the where is it? Yeah. This is gonna be one of the prizes of the Sister of Battle tournaments.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I can leave it to you as a Christmas gift.
Oh, thank you.
And
You're so
I'm really excited about this. And so if all the players want, they can sign up for both the holiday tournament and the Sister of Battle one.
Guys, I suggest you to join this tournament because this comic book is something amazing. I think that I will start reading it today and probably will finish it tomorrow.
Amazing.
That's probably what will happen.
I wanted to hear. Yes, amazing.
Yes, that's great. And Fra, are you happy being here? You joined us almost.
I'm super excited. It's been like almost 6 months so far.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. Everything is amazing. I love it. I'm not saying because Marco is watching me.
No, you're not. Because Marco is not there.
He's not there. He's not watching at all. No. It's been like amazing 6 months. The tournaments are something that it's really exciting, adrenalinic, and we want to get bigger in 2023.
Yes.
And everything so far.
And also
so good.
For you, we have also added a tournament section to the newsletter.
Oh yeah, just for me. That was my Christmas gift from you.
Yes, Christmas and also birthday gift because. Can we say that to our community?
I think we can say it.
Francesco was born on Christmas Day. He is our Christmas gift in our company.
Too kind, Julia.
Okay, that's great. And I also know that you will speak about some games also with Marco in a few minutes.
Yeah, in a few Marco will join me. Because I got not only the tournament but also a couple of games that we are going to talk in a moment, and I think that we are ready to see our first content.
We can switch. Okay, I'll go away.
Yeah, Marco, please join me. Hi, Marco.
See, I don't think this was prepared to be like this. But,
but
we're fine.
It's live, and this is how it is.
I heard that you're doing very well, that you like working here.
Amazing. Yes, Marco. Yeah.
Because I wasn't there, right?
No. Marco was upstairs. Marco was upstairs. You didn't hear a thing.
Right. So Francesco, what do you have? Francesco is working on 2 main projects right now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
One of them is Distant Worlds, and the other one is the other game that we're not showing today.
We're not showing today, of course.
So what can you tell us about Distant Worlds?
Okay, so for Distant Worlds, we are working very hard to bring new updates for the game, to fix a few things that happening in the game, and I think that we are going in the right direction. I want to say that 2023 is going to be quite big. I think that if we manage to do it, we can start with a big one on January, February. Let's see. And I really hope that the direction that we are taking is the right one, of course.
We have a little video to show?
Yeah, we got a little video.
Let's start with the video and then come back here.
Welcome, explorers. When we first met, we introduced you to the new galaxy we had created for you. An immersive environment to let you test your skills and make you feel at home in space. As with all things, we know that there is a long way to perfection, and we have been working every day to make the journey to the stars easier and smoother for you all. Since the beginning of this journey on our shared exploration ship, we have made significant progress. The crew has increased, and you now have more forces at your disposal. The stability of our ship is much better, and we've expanded graphical compatibility and also improved performance across the board. We've improved the flight controls by making the artificial intelligence more intelligent and polished some of the quirks in the user interface. We've also made it easier for you to manage your people by making sure your colony ships and passenger ships find their best possible destinations. Finally, there are also major fixes and upgrades to better support you in several other important areas, including exploration, research, diplomacy, and space combat with your fleets, ships, and fighters. Be advised, the galaxy will continue to expand and host new races and factions. It will be your choice whether to become their ally or to fight them. Space is in constant flux. Prepare for new encounters as we are busy at work making Distant Worlds a bigger, better experience for all of you.
Now, one thing about Distant Worlds is that I won't hide from it. We definitely sort of missed the launch in a number of ways. This was a game that we had, prepared for, I think, 7-8 years. The developers at Codeforce were, ready for a number of things to happen the first year after release, and then, the game ended up having some problems that we had to go back and fix. And instead of just fixing the problems, Codeforce hired new people, invested in, not only fixing the things, but actually refurbishing the code and making sure that, we could build on it over time. So it's taken quite a long time. I can see that the reviews are going up again.
Yeah. People, our community is answering quite well I think they're seeing that we are working, and I'm really glad that they're still there. They want from us more, and we are definitely want to give more to the community.
I think that at some point we had like a patch delivered every week, which was the joy of our operations team. They really liked it, and I think it's still the case in some weeks that we have like a very frequent release of different updates. But it's getting there, and I think that the Q1 next year is going to be huge.
We are on the right path. I think that we still need some work, of course, because as the video said, the way to the perfection is a long journey, and definitely is going to be our final destination. We want the perfection for our community, and we are working really hard to deliver and to give the better experience for everyone.
So I'd say that the galaxy is still alive, right?
Yeah. He's always there. He's always there, right next to you. And in 2023, it's going to be even more beautiful. And we will add few things. And I think that I really want to give more details about it, but we want to do it, and we don't want to put any kind of rush on us. So I think that for the big news, we have to wait after the holiday.
Yeah, well, Lucas was saying one thing before, that he didn't want to commit to anything until he was like 100% sure that he could deliver it, which is coming from another story of history of, you know, being delayed and a number of other things. But I think it's very sensible, and you know, we're going to sort of follow the same path for Distant World. So we're going to tell you more about it as we're more confident about the stuff to come. And meaning that we know a lot of things are in the works, but before we can announce them and tell a release date, we're going to wait a little bit.
We have to have a quality check first, probably.
Yeah. So, Francesco, elephant in the room. Your second.
We have to talk about it. It's not easy, but I mean, we have to.
I think there's, again, you know, turn a negative message into a positive.
Okay,
Stargate Timekeepers is the other game that you will not see today. Stargate is in development in our new development studio brand new, just opening in Poland, Slitherine Poland. We're very original for naming studios. Slitherine Poland is taking Stargate Timekeepers and another game called Ancient Arenas Chariots that you will see today, later on. And they're working on it. This is a game that will release next year, and we're 100% sure that this is going to be a great experience. But again, we want this game to be really good.
It is a huge franchise. I mean, Stargate is a masterpiece from the 90s, so we definitely don't want to ruin the legacy of it, and we would like to deliver to the community what's the best, a quality product. And so we are working. Slitherine Poland is going quite well. I mean, for something just born, we are working really hard on both Stargate and Ancient Arena that we talk about later. And so I think that definitely is going to be 2023. And I'm really looking forward to share. Yeah, I'm committing. I'm committing. Yeah, I mean, you forced me to commit it when I signed. No, but jokes aside, I think that I'm really looking forward to show the first beats and the first graphics and the first artworks in the months to come. Definitely.
I'm really excited about Stargate Timekeepers, and again, taking from the same pattern that we used for other games in the past, we want to make sure that this is a game that you really enjoy, that represents Stargate at its best, and that's why we're doing all the work we're doing on. And although it seems to be like a long process, it seems to be a long process for us as well. But whenever there's a build coming in, we look at it. We're very critical about stuff, right? So we want it to be better all the time.
We want it to be better. We want it to be and a high standard that I think the community deserves. So we are being picky a little bit, but I think it could be the good process, the right process.
So what is going to be happening in the next couple of hours? After this, we're going to start a new sort of section of Slitherine Next. We're going to show gameplay of future games. What you've seen so far has been updates on Warhammer Gladius and Battle Sector. You've seen Starship Troopers. There's been updates on Distant Worlds. So you're going to see new games, sort of stuff that's going to come later. So the first one you'll see is Headquarters World War II.
Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it. And again, we have a member of staff. I don't know if you've actually seen Julia before, but Julia is going to introduce you to this section with Mark from connecting from EPSA. And then we'll show you Ancient Arenas and what else do we have? Broken Arrow.
We got Broken Arrow. And, Broken Arrow that definitely the audience is waiting for it.
If I'm forgetting something.
Yeah.
Right, and Field of Glory Kingdoms as well. So there's quite a lot of stuff still. So stay with us. So in the next 2 hours, you're going to have a lot of entertainment.
and we are back in the studio. Hello everyone, and we are now connecting with Mark Hardesty from Epsom. He's actually Slitherine senior producer. Hello Mark, can you hear me?
Hello Julia, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hi Mark.
You have a tree.
Yeah. Yes, it's a beautiful Christmas tree, Mark. I'm missing you, Mark. I have to tell that.
I should be there.
Yeah, I know.
Blame the airport.
Yeah, I know. And we are also connected with Alexander Sienin. Hello, Alexander. Can you hear me?
Hello, hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello, Alexander. Alexander is a COO and lead game designer for Headquarters World War II from the developer Starny Games. Speaking of which, we have a little surprise for you all. And maybe not, maybe yes. But yes, here it is.
Мене звати Ігор Тимошенко, я очолюю компанію Slitherine Next.
Hello, I'm Alexander Senin from Slitherine Games. I'm a lead game designer for Headquarters World War II.
Hi, I'm Kate. I'm a two-dimensional artist in Slitherine.
Мене звати Шевчук Олександр, і я займаю посаду Lead Level Designer.
Hello there, my name is Max and I'm the lead narrative designer at Starny Games.
Всім привіт, я Олександр, я lead 3D-артист Starny Games.
Я вважаю, що праця зі Slitherine це дуже добре відображається на нашій компанії та нашій команді, і що ми зробимо дуже хороший продукт.
I'm really happy to work in the video games industry. I'm sure that was probably one of the best decisions in my life when I started working here.
I'm very inspired by the fact that our company is focused on the quality of our projects, and it's very important for me.
Працювати в індустрії відеоігор для мене це якби і мрія, яка втілилась, задоволення, натхнення, бажання жити і працювати.
To me, working in the video game industry is about creating stories that a player can inhabit rather than just read or listen to.
Це моя мрія, завжди хотів працювати над розробкою ігор.
I'm in charge of all the game design documentation on the project and also helping managing the team and making sure everyone knows what to do and when to do.
The basic tasks for 2D artists in Starny are all two-dimensional segment of Headquarters. For example, UI, portraits, icons, and so on.
Зазвичай, коли я їду на роботу, в мене немає натхнення працювати, але як тільки заходжу в офіс і бачу, як тут кипить, яку вулику, можна сказати, буквально за декілька секунд ти опиняєшся у цьому вирі робочого процесу і натхнення приходить само собою.
In historical strategy games, narrative allows for the dramatization of the historical events, which is not necessarily coming up with something fictional, but finding what's exciting about the historical events and bringing it to the forefront.
So everyone here wants to make the Headquarters World War II better and better.
And here we are again. So I hope that gave you an insight of the huge team that is currently working on Headquarters World War II. And Mark, can you give us a little bit of an update about the development status of Headquarters?
Yeah, sure. When the team were in the final stages of development of Headquarters, which is a really exciting time in the game's creation. We're now able to play through all the various single-player missions, actually getting some multiplayer action, skirmish action going is really, really good. It's really coming together. We've had the art pass. It's looking nearly sort of final game. It's really coming together. It's a really beautiful game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alexander, we want to know more about the game. So can you give us a bit of context? Where is it set? Why the name Headquarters?
Sure. So Headquarters World War II is a tactical level turn-based strategy game. And that means that you can expect a realistic scale and that your unit's positioning matters a lot and it's focused a lot on tactics. It's set during the Normandy landings and we have a 3 plot-driven campaign the British one, the American, and the German. And it also has a very flexible multiplayer for up to 4 players. So I hope you will enjoy playing it.
We'll see a little bit later what you're talking about, but I think that we can start from the single-player campaign. So we can see the video of the single-player campaign. And Mark and Alexander, do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yes. So what we're seeing here is the first mission in the German campaign. You're playing as the Germans, of course. The Allies have established a foothold in this small coastal town, and your task is to help the German garrison to hold down the town during D-Day. All the missions have a narrative that follows different characters, with you playing from the point of view of an officer on the battlefield. The footage we have at the moment that's just starting, it's the player starting to position his troops on the map. And as you can see, sort of top left, there's primary objectives is to sort of capture 3 key points in the town. So that there are primary and secondary objectives within each mission, and more objectives sort of tend to appear as the mission progresses. Alexander?
Yeah, so here you can see like the allies who are landed fighting with allied German troops that you are going to help defend the town. And as you can see, there is some building collapsing, so I just wanted to bring up one of the key elements of the game, that is the destructible environment. So in the game there are a lot of environmental objects, such as buildings, some fences, like, I don't know, tree lines, yards, high vegetation, and so on. So all of that affects the gameplay. But a lot of that could also be destroyed by being bombarded either by the player or by his opponents. And basically the player has to adjust quickly to the changing situation on the battlefield. For example, if a house that your troops were positioned in has collapsed, you probably have to look for a better position and so on. So you really have to like follow what's happening and, you know, think in advance of what would you do if the position collapses and you have to switch it and so on. So here you can see some machine gun action. And as you can see, the infantry in the open is like really vulnerable, but there are some guys hiding behind the truck, so they have better protection, and now they will retaliate with some anti-tank rocket launchers. And you can see the building being damaged. Also, flamethrower units are really effective in close combat, but they better dealt with from afar.
So I guess another important part of the game, especially in the single player campaign, is the unit management, the headquarters section of the game. So between missions, the player, you can sort of choose which units get special abilities to level up, new abilities. You can assign heroes to certain sort of vehicles, and there are headquarter skills that you can sort of invest in and sort of unlock new ones as well. And you do carry an army through from mission to mission as well. So it's a nice replay.
Yeah, but we also made sure that this has like no snowball effect. So you know, in this game it's okay to lose units, and like you're expected to lose some units because it's like really heavy like tactical battles. And here you can see some tank on tank action with like so there are like different types of hits possible, like depending on how good your troops are positioned, etc. So you can see the combat log in the top right corner, and it's really important, especially with armored vehicles, to try to outflank or even attack from the rear, because historically tanks had thickest armor at the front and the weakest usually at the rear. So trying to outflank or get behind the enemy tanks would make your attacks much more efficient. So for example here the tank in the back would have a better odds at shooting the enemy. But yeah, so that's there are actually a lot of factors to take into account. That's why we've added this like combat log feature, and you can also see the extended version for all the details. But it's also really easy to jump into the game, so it's like I would say it's easy to start playing the game, but there is really a lot of depth to it once you figure out the basics. So I would say it should be interesting to both like experienced veteran players and newcomers to genre. So I hope we'll give it a chance. And here you can see the enemy infantry hiding in the high vegetation, so it offers decent protection to the infantry hiding there, so it's quite difficult to take down. And here you can see with return fire they kill a couple of crew members in the scout car. So it's one of the another key mechanics is the crew mechanics. So each unit has up to 5 crew members, and basically when like any of the crew members is lost, the specific penalty is applied to that unit. So for example, if your vehicle lost a driver, you lose a large portion of your movement points. If you've lost loader, you have less attacks. If you've lost gunner, you have less accuracy, and so on. So it's really important to understand, like, and we wanted to highlight that, you know, each crew member is really important, and you know, unit functions only as long as there is crew. And here you can see the enemy tanks like taken out our tanks, and the anti-tank infantry crew runs in to try and save the day. And manages to do it successfully. So we've dealt with the enemy armor and now should have easier time defending this town from the Allied advance, but as you know, historically, inevitably, Germans had to fall back.
Thank you very much, Alexander and Mark. And that's not all for today about headquarters, because as Alexander was anticipating before, we are also going to see some footage from a multiplayer match. I think this is the first time that we reveal footage from the multiplayer. So, Mark, can you tell us a little bit more about that? What are the core gameplay mechanics of the multiplayer?
Yeah, sure. So the game comes with up to 4-player multiplayer. It's possible to play either through our PBM system, sort of our turn-based system, which can take many hours and days, but the team have also put together a live turn-based system as well. So you can play the game within an hour and everybody will play their turn one after another. I believe we're going to show footage from a live 4-player game. We have edited it down because I think the game was over an hour. I think Marco would probably kill us if we took that.
Maybe someone else too?
Yeah. Yes. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that we already saw a little bit of the video, but it's now time to see the multiplayer match. And Alexander, since you were one of the players of the multiplayer match, can you walk us through? We will not say if you won the match or not. We will find it out at the end of the video, but please, can you walk us through the match?
Sure. So here you can see one of the players setting up the game, so choosing the map, selecting how many players will there be, whether this is like human players or AI, what teams they are in. So here everyone is for himself, it's like free-for-all match. And here you can see like 4 victory conditions, different like turns limit, starting prestige, prestige income, also like you could set up the higher starting level for units, enable heroes and so on. So there are really lots of settings for you to play with. And here we're already in the match. So here is one of the players deploying his units. So you get some starting prestige and you can acquire any units and deploy them. And that would usually be your first turn. So here you can see a couple of other players who've already deployed their starting troops. But that's not the end of it. So as the game progresses, you gain more prestige and you can deploy more troops at any time. So here you can see my APC bringing infantry to capture this neutral flag. And this allows me to get some extra prestige income. So it's really important, as in many games, of course, to control the flags. And here they bring you not only one of the victory conditions, which is like whoever controls the most flags longer wins, but also they bring you extra prestige every turn. So it's really critical to control as many flags as possible. So you can deploy more troops and reinforce your position. So here we can see some of the skirmishes around one of the flags already starting. So, you know, the battle for control is ongoing now. So here you can see the red line is showing line of fire. So you can toggle it on and off. And here you could also see how it's affected by the terrain and by all the buildings and tree lines and everything. And you will also be able to see it change as the unit will start to move right now. You can see that it's taking into account all the terrain and everything. And
so
here you can see...
Alexander, so there's a number of sort of visual layers you can sort of switch on and off depending how you want to play. Sort of, there is fog of war, there is a sort of line of sight, you can have the grid on and off depending on how much detail you want and information you want.
Yeah, exactly. And here you can see like one of the players deploying in the middle of the game and capturing some extra flags. And as Mark just pointed out as well, yeah, you can, like here you can see the grid, but here you can see no grid and so on. So each player can adjust it and toggle it on and off as needed. So same with combat log, whether you want extended version or a short version, or like whether you need grid, line of fire, fog of war. So yeah, it's really flexible in that regard. And here you can see some of the mortars in action, attacking the enemy gun that was trying to ambush the Tiger tank before. So yeah, so you can also like zoom in and yeah, there are like yeah, so
when you're sort of saying zoom in, the camera control, you know, seems it's fairly easy to use. There is little on the mouse scroll, you can zoom in and zoom out with a little bit of extra sort of free camera move on top of that. So if you want to play from top down, you can do, but you can also sort of get in close and dirty to see things in more detail.
Yeah, exactly. We tried to make it like really flexible and really to suit like different tastes, different situations in the game. So sometimes you want to zoom in more to see the units in detail or some battle going on. Normally you would probably play from some mid zoom, and then you can also zoom out and see a full top-down like tactical view to, you know, better grasp the battlefield and plan your actions in advance. So here we can also see some skirmishes going on, and here you can see that this car with a machine gun cannot penetrate the front armor of armored car, because you know, even if you land a perfect hit, that doesn't mean it would penetrate the enemy armor. That's why it's really important to have the right gun and, you know, the right angle to attack, and so the attack was deflected. Here you could have seen the scout unit deploying a smoke screen to basically hide his vehicle and give it extra protection, and it was damaged. to try and save it from potential enemy attack. And yeah, so here
Alexander,
yeah.
the two icons to the right hand side, the guy with the bugle and the saluting soldier, what exactly are those?
Yeah, so those are the HQ skills that you can see in the game, and yeah, so basically these two are, one is restoring units morale and another one restoring its crew, and basically you can use those on any of your units on the map, but then it will be on cooldown for a few turns. So it represents like you as a commanding officer and some of the options that you have, but you have to be strategic about using them, because once you've used one of these, they aren't available for a couple of turns, and that means that maybe you should have saved it for a more important unit on a different flank that you wanted to, or like, so maybe now is not the moment to use it, or maybe now it is. So that's really up to you to decide, and there will be more abilities. And in campaigns, they usually depend on the scenario, but in multiplayer, like you can set up whether to have this or on or off. And here you can see the battle for the central flag. So it's like the most contested point on the map probably, because all 4 players have access there. So now you see that one player has already captured it, but now the other one attacks with mortars to sort of weaken the unit there. And after bombarding it with mortar and killing some crew and lowering the unit's morale, it uses the scout unit with assault attack to take the flag. So assault, it's like a close combat attack where if you defeat the enemy, you also take the tile his unit was in. And so, you know, the central flag has just switched hands. Yeah, so here you can also see some battle against the Tiger tank, and as you can see, like frontal attacks don't work really well against that armor. Here I would also want to highlight this building because we can like follow the different stages of its like being undamaged. Now it's sort of damaged, and if it's further attacked, it would collapse at some point. So, as I've said, all the buildings in the game are destructible, and you can do that in the match. And they also offer less protection when they are destroyed, so it's a good idea to collapse some of the buildings the enemy troops are occupying as their positions.
Yeah, Alexander, you were saying that you can so when you set up multiplayer and skirmish maps, you can sort of have various options sort of switched on and off. Do you want to just sort of touch on a couple of those? I know there's the headquarters, but there's other things in there to sort of set up your multiplayer game.
Sure. So first of all, like you can either play it as a skirmish, so without other players, like just against the AI. But you could also play all the like skirmish maps against other player opponents, and it's really flexible. So you have 4 victory conditions. Those are focused on capturing other players' starting bases, basically HQs. Then on controlling the flags for the most of the time. So like for controlling flags you get victory points, and the first player to reach a certain amount wins. Then there is also defeating all the enemy troops, and also if you reach the turn limit without fulfilling any of the other victory conditions, then the total worth of the enemy units killed by each player is counted, and whoever has the highest score wins. So it's really important, like not only how many units you eliminate, but also how expensive are these units. So here you can see the tank maneuvering with backwards movement and also rotating like to certain directions. So it's really important to use that, like to retreat with your frontal armor facing the enemy, And it's also important to utilize this like both backward movement and rotation to keep your units oriented properly and to minimize the damage that the enemy could deal to you during his turn or with an overwatch attack. So this really helped to bring to life these tactical aspects of the game. And as you can see, like here, the unit was like unknown, but now we can see it because we moved closer. So this is all like calculations based on, so some units you cannot see at all if they're like behind the building or behind a forest or a tree line. But then there are also 3 levels, so like you either don't see unit or you see it as some unit but don't know the particular model. You know whether it's a gun, a tank or an infantry, let's say, but no details on that. And then when you fully spotted that, you know like all information about the enemy unit. So if you sometimes saw some red units, those are not fully discovered.
With the variety that you have, sort of setting up these kind of multiplayer missions and skirmishes, I think one of the key things that I've been enjoying is the reason. One of the reasons why it looks so gorgeous is you've got quite a powerful map editor that I believe is going to be released with the game as well. I know I've had a play on it already. So I think from a multiplayer point of view, being able to kind of create your own villages and your own sort of landscapes is quite a big part of this. Being able to kind of create beautiful environments and, you know, placing down your pigs and your cows and your chickens where you want as well.
Yeah, sure. It's really a big part of the game for us, and we're really looking forward to seeing what the players community can come up with all its creativity and, you know, potential for creating great maps to play. And also, you know, if you feel that you know, you could make a better map, it's always better to do the map you want and play it with your friends. So like, what could be better than that? So yeah, we are working on the editor tool, and so that you can make a map and then play it as a skirmish or multiplayer map with other people as well. So yeah, editor is a big part of the project, I would say. And here you can see that the tank like missed twice because the enemy unit was behind the tree line, so it was a tough target to pinpoint. And here you can see that like the tanks are getting closer to one of the starting bases, so you know the combat is heating up.
So who do you think is actually going to win this game then?
Well, that's not a fair question because no. But yeah, here you can see the Panzer tank destroyed, and I think that's about the end of this like short version of this game. The game, of course, is significantly longer.
No, Alexander, you didn't win.
Our lead level designer, yeah. So good job on this one, but I'll win another time. So
yeah,
I see you won. You won in the units lost, Alexander.
Yeah, that's where I'm best. That's sure.
Yes.
We will see another match of the multiplayer one or another time, and I'm pretty sure that you are gonna win that match. So. Before going to the next game, we want to share some important news about headquarters, but Mark, I will leave you the pleasure to tell that to our community.
Sure. Well, I'm excited to say we have literally just opened up the sign-ups for headquarters beta phase. So if you head over to the Slitherine website and sign up, you'll be blowing up buildings and tanks and flaming infantry in a few days. So yeah, check that out. Go and sign up and you can have a play.
Website and sign up to Headquarters Beta. And also, Mark, can we also say that we are going to release this game next year? Can we say that?
I bloody well hope so, yes. It'll be kind of early next year.
Yeah, people are asking, so we want to reassure the community that yes, we are going to release next year. So
it's very playable at the moment, yeah.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, you can sign up to the beta, of course. And so I think that our time is coming to an end. So before going to the next game, I want to thank you guys. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alexander, for being with us from remote, of course. And so I want to say goodbye. And we are going to see in a few seconds another big game with Alberto. And it's Field of Glory Kingdoms. Bye.
Bye.
So, as Julia said, Field of Glory Kingdoms time. Field of Glory Kingdoms, for all those who don't know about it, is a 4X grand strategy game set in the medieval era. It's a sequel to Field of Glory Empires, and just like Field of Glory Empires, it's a WeGo game, which means simultaneous turn-based. We're about to connect with Neil McKenna, who is the producer for the game from Epsom. So let's see if we can talk with him. Well, I believe that they need a few more seconds in order to just make the switch. You know, unfortunately, Neil was supposed to come here, as Marco said before. But yeah, snow got in the way. Yeah, it happens. All right, so I think we are now live with Neil. So, hello, Neil.
Hello, Alberto.
How do you do?
I can see myself on screen. Hello.
That's a positive thing. So, how are you, Neil?
I am okay. I'm disappointed not to be there. I was really looking forward to coming to Milan. I had, I think, more to do than any of the other producers. I should be not only talking about this, but about Chariots and Broken Arrow as well. So really disappointed to be missing out on what was a very big date in my diary. But here I am, so we will make the best of it.
Yeah, you know, we are very bummed down as well, but yeah, as you say, let's make the best out of it. So, can you give us a rundown of the game and, you know, how things are going with it?
Well, just as I was plugging in my headphones, I heard you saying, giving a very brief introduction to Kingdoms. So, Field of Glory Kingdoms is the follow-up to Field of Glory Empires, which released, I don't know, about 4 years ago, before I was here, certainly. A grand strategy game that was set in ancient times. Our game here, Kingdoms, is set at what you might call the birth of the medieval era. The game starts in 1054, right after the Great Schism between Western and Eastern Christianity, splitting between Catholic and Orthodox faith, an event which is still having repercussions today, you could say. There's a lot of finely poised campaigns going on at the moment. There's tension between Normandy and most of its neighbours. The Reconquista is shaping up in Spain. The Byzantine Empire is trying to fight off the Seljuk Turks. So there's a lot of finely poised power balances at the start of our day. As you were saying, we are a turn-based WeGo strategy game. WeGo is not something we do so much of, but it's one of our WeGo games. Up to 16 players can play simultaneously in multiplayer. As the map is showing here at the moment, we cover all of Europe, plenty of Middle Eastern countries, and an awful lot of North Africa as well. In comparison to Empires, we have more major nations this time. I think we have about 10 major nations, and the major nations this time, gameplay differs a lot more than it did in Empires. So the major nations, off the top of my head, England, Norway, France, the Rus, and so on. They all have very different gameplay styles. Venice too has a unique gameplay style. There's a lot of historical fidelity in the game. We've placed a premium on historical accuracy. I'm sure people will point out plenty of errors in the chat. But it's also worth noting that history here is not destiny. Normandy is not fated to conquer England, whatever happens. The Byzantine Empire is not fated to lose all of its lands. Good players will be able to achieve whatever results they intend to achieve.
Great. I'm really happy to hear about this starting date because it's a very interesting period in medieval history. It's curious that you mentioned Norway because, had things turned differently in 1066, maybe the King of Norway would have won the throne of England instead of William the Conqueror. All right, so...
Well, indeed, yes, and that's...
Yes. So that's one of the major turning points that history can shape up in different ways throughout the game. All right, so my first question, in Forex games or graph strategy games in general, you tend to have this paint the map gameplay in which a faction starts to expand and then steamrolls and then just gets so big it basically doesn't have any real opponent anymore. So Field Glory Empires had a specific system to address that. I'm just wondering if you can expand on it and if you can expand on how Field Glory Kingdoms tackle the topic.
If I was doing a sort of a proper marketing presentation, I'd probably also have mentioned that with Kingdoms, we're trying to take everything that was well received about Empires and build on that. We're not throwing all those things away and taking a new game. I think that one of the things that people liked most about Empires was the cultural decadence mechanisms, whereby no nation could ever get easily or could never easily get too powerful. There were always breaks on your ability to just roll over your neighbours. More lands to control always brought more problems with you. They placed more stress on your administration and empire, and that seemed to land very well with players. So we've built on that system for the new game.
All right, sounds good. But how do you prevent this mechanic to be frustrating for a player? I mean, you want to reward a player for being successful, you don't want to punish him too hard?
Oh, absolutely. And we're not preventing people doing that. Good players will still be able to turn the map whatever colour they want to turn the map. People were able to do that in Empires and they will be able to do it here as well. But authority is what we're calling the mechanism this time. It's, I think, probably more of an integral part of the game than it was last time. There will be the tension between your authority, your ability to control your lands, versus the amount of territory you control, because you will need to control territory in order to evolve your government up to the next size. In order to reach the correct size to grow your government and grow a more powerful empire, you are essentially going to have to grow out of your comfort zone. So there's always going to be a difficulty between seizing the requisite amount of land and being able to control what you've grabbed.
Just let me get this right. In order to grow from one step of government to the next, you need to expand your country, right? But what if you're playing as a country which historically was very powerful but didn't expand much? I'm talking, for instance, of the Sea Republics of Genoa or Venice or other examples in medieval history. How does it work then? Does the game portray that?
Well, good point indeed. We first announced the game in Venice, didn't we? Venice had some land overseas. I think we controlled part of Greece, part of what's now Croatia and so on, but not an awful lot. Genoa, I think, was very localized, but also a very powerful republic, and indeed the two republics fought for supremacy in and around the Mediterranean for many, many years. Republics evolve differently. So maritime republics will not have to grab large amounts of land to expand. Their drivers to expand will be much more commercially based.
Basically, it's a type
for governments to evolve.
So basically, it's a type of government that allows you to build tall and play vertically. That sounds very interesting.
Absolutely, yes. As I say, we placed a premium on historical accuracy, so it would seem somewhat bizarre for Venice to take control of what is nowadays Italy. In kingdoms, we have something like 100 forms of government overall. We have a huge amount of different government styles. Many nations, groups of nations, have perks depending on their government styles. We'll touch on that a bit later on, but you'll have Byzantine honneurs, French chivalry, Russian Kremlin, so on and so forth. So it would be very hard for some countries to expand. For others, it will be essential if they're to keep going.
It was great. You know, the medieval era was famous for feudalism. So I'm just wondering, how does the game handle vassals?
Yeah, vassals are a new feature that we're bringing in here, and they are an essential part of gameplay. I mentioned that the tension between the size of your domain and your authority across it is perhaps the central mechanism of the game. Vassals, I could probably spend half an hour sitting here talking about how it does work, but to oversimplify it, vassals allow you to control more territory than your authority would allow. So you can create a vassal and count towards your domain size, allow you to evolve your government without stretching your authority. You can also, there are some neat things you can do. You can take control of vassals' armies, for example, if they're loyal enough.
Right, very interesting. You know, there was another aspect of the medieval era which should be prevalent in a strategy game set in the Middle Ages. I'm talking, of course, of dynasties and dynastic policies. So I believe we have another video to show you. But yeah, I want to ask you, how does the game handle dynasties?
So Dynasty, again, is it's a new part of the game. The grand campaign is 220 turns, each turn being a year long. So you're not playing as one character trying to seize control. You're playing as an empire. And as an empire, you are going to need a strong dynasty. A strong dynasty, the currency by which the success of your empire will be judged at the end of the campaign is legacy points. A strong dynasty is essential to that. I can see we're showing the screen here that shows our dynasty screen. We have sons and we have wives, first of all, rather, before we get to children. We have wives and courtesans. I'm not sure there are any courtesans on screen there, poor being in France. Medieval times were even less enlightened than the times we live in today. And women exist in order to produce heirs. And we have sons and daughters too. Daughters, I'm afraid, it is their lot to be married off to other nobles and improve relations with other nations. Whereas sons form part of your lineage, they can succeed you. As I say, a strong, assured dynasty will increase the value of your legacy, which come the final reckoning at the end of the game will be very important.
You know, compared to Field of Glory Empires, I see that characters now have some attributes.
Yes, we touched on that in Empires, I think, but it's a much more defined part of the game now. So all rulers will have administrative attributes, military attributes, and piety attributes. We'll come to religion on its own later on, because it's one of the big pillars of the game, but each is very important for gameplay. Each is as important as the other. Administration and military, I think, are fairly self-explanatory. They will allow you to run your empire more efficiently, make more money. Military allows you to recruit more units, cheaper cost, and so on and so forth. So the ability of your ruler is definitely part of the factor of their success as a ruler and their ability to create a dynasty.
So I just wanted to clarify one thing, because some of you might be wondering about it. In Field of Glory Kingdoms, you play as the country, you don't play as the dynasty. So this is a grand strategy game, it's not a role-playing game, although there are a few role-playing features. But yeah, you do play as a country, and in the case of what happens if you change your dynasty, if your heir gets assassinated, or if another dynasty takes over? What happens then?
Well, yes, well, the intrigue is indeed part of that. There are many, you have your wife, your courtesans, your sons and daughters, but you also have brothers and uncles as well. Once again, it's very male-centric. They can succeed you, they can be nobles to be part of your lineage. You can name them to specific posts. I think one of our new features, for example, is that you can create all these people a peer of the realm, when you can group a number of regions into a province, and by putting a peer in charge of that, that brings you various perks and bonuses as well. These people will have their own abilities, their own loyalty, their own treasury, so on and so forth.
So basically, you're saying that the character system doesn't only revolve around, immediate dynasties and your heirs, but it's a lot deeper than that. There are other types of characters.
Absolutely, yes. It's as we say, we're not making an RPG here, but yes, you have brothers, uncles. You even have nobles who are not related to you but are powerful, and you need to keep an eye on them overall as well. All of these people will have their own ambitions, their own sort of financial incentives, so on and so forth. So you'll know something about their loyalty, but not always everything.
Personal treasuries for these characters. So what can they use this treasury for?
Well, I suppose the main thing you can use it for, they can be somewhat dishonest with treasury. They can divert it towards funding their own armies as well, which a disloyal peer or a disloyal vassal ruler with his own army can obviously be quite a threat as well. Equally, a loyal, happy peer or noble with a strong army could be a very realistic candidate to succeed you when the time comes. You may not have any sons, for example, or brothers, or you may have a weak son, 2 weak sons, brothers. So managing the succession is an important part of managing your dynasty, and therefore managing the legacy, which is the measure of success ultimately.
All right, sounds great. This character system is very interesting. So basically, what happens is that you need to watch over your shoulder for these loyal vassals, and dynasties can topple your ruling dynasty, which means, yes, you keep playing, but your country can get very weakened by this internal struggle. All right, so
indeed.
There's another gameplay mechanic that I want to mention. It represents a specific aspect of medieval era. I'm talking, of course, of religion. So, religion. How does the game handle religion, and how is it portrayed in Field of Glory Kingdoms? Well,
religion was obviously a huge part of everyday life in the medieval era, and it would not make sense to avoid that. We have 5 major religions. We have 5 main branches of the Abrahamic religion. So we have, as I've already mentioned, Eastern and Western Christianity. We have Sunni and Shia Islam, and we have Judaism as well. We also have, for added flavour, there's heretics who can spring up anywhere, including in your own territories, and there are various pagan nations as well. This isn't just, it's a fundamental part of the game. It's not just something to show. Each population in kingdoms is defined by its cultural group and its religion, which is a very important thing if you are seeking to conquer new territories. Religion is just yet another source of friction between you and your neighbours as well. So, religions running up against each other is an important part of the game.
So, depending on your neighbours' religions compared to your own, it can mean that basically you can have a target painted on your back, right?
Yes, but in medieval times in particular, with a few obvious exceptions. Religions aren't generally rubbing up against each other cheek by jowl. If you're playing as England or Venice, then you're not going to be fighting against Orthodox Christians, let alone against Muslims. So unless you're playing really in Spain or in the Middle East, you're likely to be up against nations of the same religion. Declaring war against them will cost you authority, and one of the big new factors that we have here, given that we're depicting religion, we have holy wars and the papacy are factors in the game now.
A specific role in the religious game in Field of Glory Kingdoms?
Sorry?
Does the Pope play a specific role in the religious game?
Oh yes, the Pope is, as again you would expect for the time, the Pope's power is extraordinary. The papacy can, for example, declare a crusade. We'll sort of come to holy wars shortly. A Pope can also excommunicate a nation. The favour of the papacy is hard to win, but very powerful. For example, if you are one of our new colleagues in Poland and you want to declare war against Lithuania, then trying to lean on the papacy to look less favourably on Lithuania will strengthen your hand. But each region, each nation has a piety value. You can't simply tell the Pope that Lithuania, in this example, are a bunch of heathens and you should go to war against them.
What can you tell us about crusades in Field of Glory Kingdoms?
So, crusade, it's a bit wider than that. In fact, we have a system for holy wars. So Christianity can crusade, Islam can declare jihad as well, and we'll see an example of that later. This can happen spontaneously, for example, if there's a large imbalance of power between the two faiths. I think we've excuse me, I think we've seen the religion screen, which shows the balance between Christianity and Islam. We have 5 holy cities in the game. So we have Jerusalem, which then as now is being fought over by everyone. We have Medina and Mecca for Islam, and we have Constantinople and Rome for Christianity. When a holy war triggers, it's a bit like a mini world war. 2 big groups of nations can fight against each other, and the conflict can expand and keep dragging in other nations until enough time has elapsed and people get sick of it, or until one of the holy cities changes hands. When a war erupts, there will be a lot of special game rules that activate. You'll be able to pass through any Christian nation in times of crusading, for example, as if you had passage rights. Equally, you might see either Crusaders or Mujahideen appearing spontaneously in neighbouring territories, in your own territory. They have their own agendas, of course, and we also have knightly orders.
Yes, I'm very curious about knightly orders, actually. You know, they were very influential in the era. I'm thinking, for instance, of the Templars. Everyone knows about them. So what can you tell us about knightly orders in the game?
Yes, I think one of the themes of the game is that everybody has their own motivations, whether they're your own potentially loyal or disloyal peers or knightly orders. Knightly orders are like power groups, almost like nations without land. They can implant over time in your own regions and create commanderies there, which they're both a blessing and a curse in many ways. They will keep you safe if you're on the front line territory. They increase your piety. They will help put down heresies, but equally they will happily draw away all your resources for their own needs. They all have their own agendas. Once the job that they have come to do is done, they may or may not choose to leave your territory afterwards.
Aren't you worried that this type of feature could be a bit invasive towards gameplay and towards the player's agenda?
Well, I think it's a realistic part of life as it was then. They're not invincible. Certainly you can limit their power. It's going to cost you authority. You can even look to have them executed, as happened against the Knights Templar with Philippe le Bel in the early 14th century. But putting Knights Templar to death may displease the papacy. That is going to make life very hard. I talked about some of the powers of the papacy earlier. You may not be allowed to join a crusade, for example, if you have displeased the papacy. And simply being a crusader will lend you authority over time. So much of this game comes down to authority.
Before we move to the last major topic, I wanted to just ask you something really quickly. How can you raise your piety? What are the ways in which you can do that?
So one of the many new features we've barely touched on today is that we have new classes of citizens and population this time. I think it's 6 or 7 classes versus only a couple that we had in Empires. One of those classes are clergymen this time around, so they can't really convert from or to anything else. So clergymen in your region will increase your piety. But the main way of doing it, other than pleasing the papacy, is to build religious buildings. These obviously tend to be quite impressive things. We're not talking simple wooden churches or mosques here. We're talking glorious buildings that will inspire awe amongst the populace and please religious leaders. Quelling heresies as well. Heresies, particularly where you have weak piety, need putting down quickly because they can spread like wildfire. And heretics may even kill your clergymen, so they can be doubly bad for you.
Thank you, Neil. All right, so there is one last major topic that I want to ask you about. There is a small scenario, custom scenario in the game, which is called El Cid. It obviously features the famous El Cid, the Spanish hero from the medieval era. So, Neil, what can you tell us about this scenario?
So one of the complaints, I say, we had with Empires last time around was we had the huge grand campaign, we had a tutorial scenario, and that was about it. Players wanted smaller campaigns that they wouldn't necessarily have to play for the equivalent of 220 years. We have, I think, we have the grand campaign, we have 2 smaller scenarios, and then we have this sort of bite-sized scenario we see here, El Cid in 1087. And you can see the entire map there of Iberia. But just because it's small, it doesn't mean that there is not challenge here. So this feels like a microcosm of the complexity of relationships and the value of alliance and religion in the game. This scenario, excuse me, as you can see, is set in 1087. So this is 1 year after the Battle of Sagradas. The King of Castile, Alphonse, had some success against the Taifas kingdoms in Spain. These were the European Muslims who ruled much of the peninsula in the time. The Taifas, in order to gain back their lands, looked to the south, to what is now Morocco, called in the Almoravids to help them, and the Taifas declared a jihad. So this campaign is another illustration of a holy war. The Almoravids arrived, the Christian invaders were pushed back, and here our scenario begins.
If you play as the Taifas, won't it be a bit easy if you can just call your big brother, the Almoravids, to help you and they just win the war for you?
Well, I do keep saying that it's not just your enemies that you have to look out for in this game, you have to look out for your friends as well. There was something of a division of values between the Taifas and the Almoravids. The Almoravids thought the Taifas were too soft, too Europeanised, not devout enough. So once they get there, they push back the Christian invaders, but then realising how weak the Taifas are, or they feel they are, they start taking their lands too.
Fun. All right, so this is a 3 ways scenario. So you have the Taifas, the Almoravids, and Castile.
Yeah, we're looking at making a four-way scenario, in fact, at the moment. So, yes, we have the Castilians, and we have the Taifas, and we have the Almoravids, but it's called the El Cid scenario. And we are looking to make El Cid playable as well. He plays not unlike a Holy Order himself, sort of travelling around, something of a joker in the pack, I think. So he has his own, he has no lands, but he has his own goals, his own values, and so on. So there's a lot going on this small map.
It's very interesting to hear you compare El Cid to the Joker. But yeah, I'm just wondering, so each of these factions have their own unique traits, right? That really shape the differences between them. What else can you tell us about these differences and these traits that they can gain throughout the campaign?
Well, for example, the Spanish kingdoms, the Spanish Christian kingdoms, just to be clear, have three main traits at the start. So they have the Reconquista trait, which helps them conquer back the peninsula. They get a bonus in precious authority when they conquer new regions and build fueros, garrisons in these villages. They have lots of regional decisions at their disposal. A lot of the development work which has been going on over the last year has been on enhancing the regional decision system from what we had in Empires, where we had about, I think, 14 regional decisions. We're up to 50 plus now, so they're a much more important part of the game. The Spanish have many more regional decisions pertaining to the situation in which they find themselves in. And there's also a sort of cohesion bonus between the sort of various small Christian nations within Spain and Portugal, which allows the easy setup of Knights Templar and Spanish knightly orders. Another boon in the fight against the Muslim enemy. However, as we said, knightly orders can be almost as problematic as they can be helpful.
All right. Just one last question about this El Cid scenario. So back to Taifas and El Cid, are there any more specificities about these factions that you want to share with us? Any sort of unique aspect to them?
Well, El Cid, I think, is interesting because he doesn't play like a normal faction. He roams the land like a holy order. He will have the goal, as he did in real life, of making Kingdom of Valencia his personal lands. So he has a few tools to make playing with him interesting. He has no lands, so he can recruit some units directly where he is, as he did. I mean, he's viewed as a national liberator hero in Spain nowadays, but he changed allegiance from Christian to Muslim in the past, and he can do that here, albeit at a cost of authority. And I think perhaps most interestingly for El Cid, he can attack without a declaration of war and just go straight in. So most of the time in a turn-based game, you need to declare war in one turn, and then the state of war exists in the next turn, whereas El Cid can just turn like that and declare war and start fighting, albeit once again at a cost of authority. It's a excuse me, still getting over COVID. It's a difficult situation for the Taifas. A lot of the they're probably an easier choice in the Grand Campaign because they get a bonus in legacy points. They can build beautiful alcazars, the fortified palaces they have. In the Grand Campaign, you can choose whether to pull in the Almoravids or not, and gain help from other Muslim nations. But if they do manage to unify Spain, then they create the Caliphate of Cordoba, which will give them a huge bonus to what they're creating. Which, within the realms of this scenario, I think it's going to be pretty difficult, but for a good player, it will be achievable.
Sounds good. Thank you, Neil. So before we wrap up this presentation, let me just ask you, is there anything else that you want to share with us today about Field of Glory Kingdoms and where we're at with development right now? What can we expect to see in the coming months?
Well, it's an interesting game because of the way we've gone about development. We showed it in Venice, which was, 7 months ago now. It was sort of a brief introduction to the game. We've been working very hard on it since then. A lot of artwork has gone into the game. You saw the Dynasty screens there, for example. A lot of art power has gone into those. A lot of work's gone into creating the regional decisions. We haven't shown an awful lot of games since, so it's been very quiet. But pleasingly, we're now at a point where we are almost ready for beta. So today we are opening beta sign-ups. And we expect the beta to be available within a few short weeks so that people will be able to play it in January.
That sounds great. So anyone who wants to hop in the beta, feel free to sign up. We are looking for testers. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing more of the game. Neil, I really want to thank you for taking part in this presentation. I'm really sorry that you couldn't be with us today, but there's always a time, and
me too.
Hopefully next time you will be able to get here. Just looking forward to it.
Thanks, Alberto.
Thank you, Neil. All right, so that's it for Field of Glory Kingdoms. We'll be back soon with more news about the game, so stay tuned. I just want to pass the ball back to Julia and the tea room, so we'll be back with more news very, very soon. Bye-bye.
And we are back here. Hello everybody, I hope you're enjoying our live streaming. I'm here with Edmund, that you saw before playing with Master of Magic. Hello Edmund.
Hello everyone.
You must know
no
that
pressure.
No pressure, of course. You must know that while we were here talking about great games, Edmund was there to read your comments, to answer to some of your questions, and also to collect some pretty interesting things that we will talk about now. Questions and also funny comments about our live streaming. First of all, the first question or better say, the first thing that one of our community members wrote was that regarding Master of Magic, he still have his printed manual.
Yeah, so you best hold on to that because
yes, the 1944 one, of course, 1994 one, of course.
Yeah, it's probably still about 95% accurate. So he's got the Prima strategy guide. You can still use it. So who knew you would keep getting value out of that 25 years later?
Wow, that's great. That's wonderful. Also wonderful that he kept this manual for so long. And actually, Master of Magic is as old as I am. So. Great. And
I'm not touching that one, folks.
Also, speaking about Slitherine team that we are before, one of our member of the community told that this music he's making, he wants to visit a dinosaur-themed park.
Yeah. So when it comes to the Slitherine theme tune, we spared no expense.
And then a question I can answer. They asked where they can buy Master of Magic, which would have been the price. Of course, you can buy Master of Magic and all the other games released today, Sister of Battle and Adepta Sororitas, on Steam and on our third-party store like GOG and so on. And so have a look on them to buy Master of Magic, and also on our website, of course. And you can also check for some interesting bundles. So have a look to Steam and our website to know more. And then another question, maybe Edmund can answer, that is about Warhammer. What improvements will come to planetary supremacy?
So we can't talk about what improvements are going to come just yet, but the development team, and they've also said this on our forums, they're going to make that a strong focus in the near future. So those of you who are holding out for more planetary supremacy action. It should be coming in the near future, so I hope you look forward to it.
Great, that's great. And then you also collect something one of our followers said about the Starship Troopers Terran Command. He wrote, "Sounds like a really good fun. Much love, Slitherine." Thank you, thank you. You made Starship Troopers franchise proud, in my opinion. That's something really huge. We are really happy about that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's they really focused on making the game fun. That was the thing, and it's a real love letter to the film. So it's great to hear those kind of comments, because that's what the developers really wanted to achieve. And so to hear those comments really powers them along as they continue to add and improve the game.
Yes, that's great, great. Thank you, Ed, and thank you guys for following us. Keep following us and to follow us on our social media channels, on our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere you can find us. And now I will pass the ball to the main stage. So we will see you later, and bye-bye, Edmund.
Bye-bye.
Let's go with Ancient Arenas Chariots.
Now, I'm the biggest and the world biggest fan of Quadriga, so I'm super excited to be here with Patrick now.
Hello, thanks for having me today.
Patrick is running our studio over in Poland, in Warsaw, and so you're looking after Ancient Arenas and, of course, Stargate as well. Before we jump into the game, let me tell you a couple of things. Now, Ancient Arenas Chariots, of course, is a game that starts on the back of the success of Quadriga, and we've been working very hard to make it a very modern experience. And instead of just following on the original one, we're sort of try to bring it to the next level. And bringing it to the next level means that I think we've sort of noticed from the little intro trailer, that we're trying to make it fast-paced and super exciting. The chariot racing wasn't really boring, and somehow it wasn't a very strategic type of race. It was gritty, it was fierce, and it was super hard work for the Aurigas. So what we've seen here is the main art of the game, and that we've just put together with our team in Ukraine. And we have, what we're trying to achieve here is trying to give it a modern feel, and also sort of take it to a NASCAR type of look and feel as well. Because that was the chariot racing at the time. It was very fierce and very hard and gritty as well. Lots of dead people, lots of injuries. It was a real sport, but it was not a sport that you would practice nowadays. Now, Patrick, what did you bring to us today?
So today I would like to show you footage of one of our game modes. It's called Quick Race. It's a game mode where we can set up everything from every kind of detail we want to do in the race. For example, we can choose the region where we're gonna race during this one particular race. It's a one-time race, and we can set up mostly everything. If we can see the footage.
Yeah, let's try and run the footage and see what you have brought to us.
Yes, so this is the main lobby of creating the Quick Race race. And for the start, we choose one of 4 main regions. Regions differs between them with the pool of races that are available there. As we can see, races differs mostly in amount of lanes we have on the track. So here we're gonna choose Spain. It's one of my favorite regions because of unique visuals the Spain region has by itself. And I think we're going for the 4 lanes track. So that means we're gonna have 4 different chariots going one next to each other. We can set up how many laps we're gonna do during the race, because sometimes in the fierce sport, which horse racing, chariot racing was, surviving is a key part. Also, here we can set up if we want to have some obstacles on the track, because not always the track was in the pristine quality.
What is an obstacle on the track?
It can be everything, like a puddle of water, or maybe some kind of stones falling from the track itself, because they didn't usually take good care of it.
Okay.
So if we could pause a bit the video a little bit. We were picking as well if we want to play in the dynamic mode or a turn-based mode. In the turn-based mode, we play the game in the turns when at the end of the turn time stops, and in the dynamic mode the time never slows so badly, so we have to make a quick decision. So here we have footage of how we pick a chariot. There are a few different setups we can pick. And the differences between those setups are 2 major things. One of them is a set of skills that our Auriga has. Some of them are able to maybe crash into another chariot in the lane next to it. Others are able to whip the enemy horses to make them go faster. And some of them are able to be the fastest one driver on the track. So the other difference between them is the basic flat stats they have, how fast they will accelerate, how well they will brake, and how much damage will they actually do to the enemies while attacking them. So yeah, we decided to go with a setup that has that cool wolf pelt helmet. It's one of my favorites, so I decided, why not, I will go with it. This one particular Auriga cannot go too fast. He cannot double whip the horses to make them go faster, but he's really good at attacking the enemies, which I will use later on in the gameplay. So when we choose our Auriga, we also choose the AI players that will take part during the race, and we are ready to go. So on the track, we are starting this race from the lines. We can see who are our opponents right here. We can see what is their sigil, and this particular one outlined guy, here we are. And now I'm choosing the first order. It's we can see how far will I go by choosing this one or this one. Here I have a choice between the normal acceleration and whipping. Whipping is gonna take me more further and faster, but whipping your own horses may make them take damage, so I don't want that, and I will start with a regular acceleration. Here we can see that we have a dynamic camera. We can change angles of it. We can see everything from behind of our Auriga. I will have fun a little bit with it to show you that you can adjust it however you want to capture the best moments. So after this, I have to make the decision, because the corner, the curve is coming to us, and I have to decide if I want to accelerate to go faster, or maybe this time I will decide to take a fight, because I cannot go left, I cannot go right, I cannot change the lane. So how about making it worse for my opponents? So I decided to whip my enemy because the curve is close, and sometimes going too fast is not good for them. Oh, this time I slowed him down because I can decide if I want to make him faster, to make him maybe roll over on the curve, or make him slower this time. Yes, and now we are going to one of the most important decisions in the game. How do I want to play it on the curve? Because, as I said before, going too fast may cause me to roll over. I don't want it, so I've decided to pick a control stance, which allows me to control my horses, because when I go too fast, my horses might slip to the track next to me. And here I am again, stuck between two enemies. What I'm gonna do? I decided this time to slow down the right one, because I'm faster than the chariot on my left. I eliminated the enemy on the right, and now I'm gonna do a little trick. I will try to block the enemy on the left. This way, he's not gonna, for sure, not gonna pass me in his next turn. But now I'm going really, really fast. What I'm gonna do, because I'm on the most inner lane of the track, it might be risky for me to go this fast on the track, but sometimes a little bit of luck is really needed. And I'm just taking a risky decision because I know that looking at the minimap, I can see that most of the competition is behind me, but there are these two guys that can catch up to me, and I'm trying to take that risky decision. Okay, let's go full speed, most inner track, and I wish the best if I manage to survive it. And luckily, I did it. My chariot got a little bit damaged. I lost a little bit of my speed, but that was the risk I took in order to gain advantage over the enemies. Now, I tried to block my enemy again, but he was smart and decided to go to the track on the left. So my decisions are, he's going fast, I need to block him again. And this time, again, I managed to do this. He's whipping his horses, but because of me blocking him, he's not able to pass me. So yeah, I was trying to catch some cool views with our dynamic camera. It's one of the features I really like, because catching the cool moments is what we like in the racing, and why don't we do this in our way of racing with the chariots? So this guy really decides to pass me. So this time I need to take a risky moment again. And this is one of my favorite moments of this footage. We can see me going on the curve, really bouncing a little bit to the right, trying to hold on as much as I can. And with this move, I will ensure that I will be the first one. That's the two more straights, and the eternal glory is ours. Right now, I'm trying to, that's my favorite tactic actually, to block the enemy way so they won't be able to go past me, because he's going faster than me, because he picked up the setup that it's much faster than mine. So I have to use some tactics in order to block him, don't let him to pass me. He was forced to go outside, so it's really good for me, because going outside, most outside circle, makes him go a much longer way than it's gonna be with me. So once again, taking the curve this time is much safer, because this is not the most inner one. And the final straight for me, Eternal Glory, just in a 2 more moves, is ours. The public is cheering for us. We are whipping horses a little bit just to make it much, much faster. And victory!
Oh, yeah, that's really cool. Patrick, I will tell you one thing. It's really looking exciting, and I have to say, it's really cool to see the AI working against you. But that is one question, and that's the most important one. What you're working on for multiplayer?
Yes, the multiplayer, we will have the multiplayer implemented. We will be able to race with our friends just as I raced with AI right now. We can set up everything we want, every detail of the race we want, and we can create our own, league even. If we want to race with our friends, take some notes, everybody agrees to certain setups, and we can race with them.
All right, well, that's great. And how far are we from the end of the development cycle? Take a guess.
Take a guess. I believe in the next year, at the beginning, we will try to do some testing. So, in the next year, beginning of the next year, the game will be there to test it, and in the future, soon.
So beta testing coming soon for Ancient Arenas Chariots. It's a really exciting game, something that goes a little bit outside of the boundaries of our traditional games, but I'm really excited about it. So good luck also for Slitherine Poland and all the new exciting adventures that you have ahead of you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're going to have Broken Arrow coming next. So we're going from horse chariot racing to something a bit more modern and contemporary. I can see Felix waiting on the other side of the room. So without further ado, let's take a look at Broken Arrow.
Bye. And welcome back with Broken Arrow. I'm here with a special guest, Felix Haber.
Hello.
So many of you might remember when we showcased the Broken Arrow last year, we had an amazing response, such an amazing feedback. There is so much anticipation about the game. So my first question, Felix, how is development going? So what can we expect to see next and where we're at with development?
Well, actually, it's going really well. We've made a lot of progress since last year. We have almost all our gameplay mechanics ready at the moment. And we have almost all the maps as well. We are now working on improving the UI, the user experience with the interface. The things that are left to do are to work on the improvement of the performance of the game, the multiplayer performance and stuff like this. This summer we have conducted a multiplayer playtest with our Patreon members, so they have been able to put their hands on the game for a bit more than a week. They have tested a basic multiplayer situation, and this was an important milestone for us because this was the first time people external to the studio had their hands on the game, and so
losing to a technical issue.
You're losing parts.
Yes.
So yeah, it's an important milestone for us because we wanted. Well, we had feedback from them, and the feedback was really positive. So this has reassured us that we were in the right direction. So we continue to work in this direction, and so that's where we are now. And finally, I think we can announce that everybody will be able to play a demo version of the game in the following months. So I'm not telling too much now. There will be more information coming early next year. So yeah, that's where we are. You're ready?
Yes, we finally fixed my microphone. Sorry guys, dangers of a live show. But yeah, we fixed this. You know, it's like game development sometimes. This happens. All right, so without further ado, what are we going to show today?
So first we are going to show a small trailer video about, this is the first video of a series of 8 videos we're making about deck specializations. So deck specializations, let's go back to what they are. One important part of the game is the army building part, where you select units that you will use during the battle, and the type of units, the roster of unit that will be available to you depends on the specializations that you have selected. So the first one is the US Marine Corps that we will present right now.
So let's watch it. So we're back. I believe Broken Arrow broke Twitch. So yeah, more like broken Twitch. But yeah, allegedly we're now back live on Twitch. I really would like to see the comments in the chat now. I bet they're going crazy with anticipation.
False alarm.
Yes.
There's no game.
Sorry. But no, yeah, actually, if we're about to show you the video, let's get back to it. So let's give it another try. right, so we're back. Sorry for these technical issues. They tell me that it's related to Twitch server issues, so it's not even up to us, but yeah, we're in the process of finding a solution. Apparently, we were live anyway on YouTube and Facebook, so that should be fine. I'm not sure if everyone was able to look at the video, but we're looking into showing it to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, I believe that we have some screenshots to share with you from the trailer, from the new US Marines units, and I wanted to ask you to elaborate a bit more on the Marines specialization and the different units that they can have in Broken Arrow.
Yep. So generally, the Marine specialization is very versatile specializations. They are much more specialized, but we will reveal them later. They have, so I go category by category of the deck. So we have in the recon, well, let's go by screenshot in that case. So this is a V22 Osprey. That will be in the helicopter section. This is a very fast helicopter because it has tilting rotors. It can bring these troops on the battlefield, like it can transport infantry to the battlefield. This is the fastest in the game. So if you need to make an early deployment, this is the helicopter to go. So other helicopters that are present for the Marines, we have the series of the H1, so the latest version, which are more like the H1W, which is the Super Cobra, and H1Z, the latest version, which is the Viper Cobra, well, Viper, period. And so these helicopters, they can be equipped with different loadouts. You will select not pylons per pylons, but per symmetrical pairs of pylons. What you put on them. So it can be rocket pods, 70mm Hydra rocket pods, in the unguided version, also in the guided version, which is called by the nice nickname of APKWS. And you can also put the Hellfire missile in them, so it's a top attack anti-tank missile. And depending on the version of the Cobra, you will have some extra flares or countermeasures that you can install on it, and eventually some M9 based missiles, so either anti-air missiles or also the AGM-122, so the sidearm anti-radiation missile. So we have this kind of helicopters. We also have heavy transport helicopters like the CH-53 King Stallion, so the K version. There are also lighter helicopters for recon. You have the UH-1 series in its latest version, the Venom. So it's much lighter. You can put just a few rockets, miniguns on the side port eventually. So that's approximately it for helicopters. As you can see, it's a lot of variation. You have small, big, heavy transport. The heavy transport helicopters can carry vehicles they can sling vehicles on the battlefield. And in addition to that, so the Marines, they use LAV-25 type of vehicle, so it's the recon vehicle of the Marines with a 25mm Bushmaster autocannon. They also have very specific transport, like currently the screenshot is a AVP-7, so it's like a big battle barge with full of Marines. That it's an amphibious vehicle. Yeah, by the way, amphibious is the specialty of the Marines.
Of course.
I didn't mention that. But
yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we have amphibious capability in the game, and the Marines are really the best at that. Mm-hmm. We also have the replacement of this vehicle, which is a wheeled vehicle. And the name is escaping me. I think it's the ACV, Armored Combat Vehicle, I think.
Well, I'm pretty sure that some fans in the chat can...
Yeah, they will correct me or stuff like... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the ACV because there is 30... So ACV, there's the basic new battle barge version, but there's also one with the 30mm turret that can be installed on top. So that's quite an upgrade for this vehicle. So these are the main transport. You also have trucks and stuff like that. I won't go in the details of absolutely every unit.
Yeah.
And they transport with infantry. So what kind of infantry does the Marine Corps bring? They have mainly the backbone of this specialization is the Marine Rifle Squad, which is a 30-man rifle squad equipped with M27 rifles, plus Carl Gustav and, well, designated marksman rifle and stuff like this. So, but mainly like the new rifle that they got recently, plus the Carl Gustav. We also have more specialized units for that. So the guy carrying the small rocket launcher, so a smaller squad with dedicated to support, like it's both anti-tank and anti-infantry rockets. So you're a bit of a glass cannon with this guy. Less people, but much more firepower. And then all the support stuff that you can get usually. And interesting enough, yeah, also the recon is quite good for them. You have, well, dedicated infantry recon with the Marines Force Recon. We also have the Scout Sniper as a unit, which is super stealthy. People imagine the sniper as the killing machines, but generally in practice it's not. It's you just have a good rifle, but just a rifle. So when you're fighting tanks and stuff like that, the role of the sniper is mostly to stay as stealthy as possible, sneak in the enemy lines, use laser designation to point bombs or missiles very precisely on the unit to ensure first shot kill on them. And once again, I mentioned the LAV-25, which is in the recon section. We also have an interesting drone in this, with the Fire Scoot. It's a little drone, unmanned helicopter that is used for recon. And we also have the Triton or Triton, I don't know how it's pronounced in English, sorry.
Probably Triton. I don't know, I'm not sure though.
Which is like
I think so.
Much more high altitude drone, an arm that is really here to give you information on battlefield. And finally, very interesting category for the USMC is the number of planes they have. Because in fact, for the USMC, we have also added some units of the US Navy to them because it fitted very well together. And so you have the US Marines planes, so the old Harrier planes that are currently being replaced. You have the F-35 to F-35B in the case of the USMC that is replacing the Harrier. So it's the stealth fighter, but with vertical takeoff, because Marines don't have aircraft carrier, they just have generally helicopter carriers, so they need a plane that is able to take off vertically or on a very short runway. And so we have added a few more planes because that was a bit meager for them, so we have some Navy planes. So we have the Hornet, which are Marines planes starting from bases or from carriers, but we also have the Super Hornet, so the biggest version of the F-18 that is normally used by the Navy, plus well, the different version of the Super Hornet, like the Growler, which is a seed plane, so suppression of enemy air defense or destruction of enemy air defense. So it's a plane dedicated to the destruction of enemy anti-air. So a bit of a counter to the counter. And we have, speaking of the Navy SEALs, which are I guess that was a good addition to them. And yeah, that's it. Oh no, I forgot support. In support we have stuff like, let's start from the basic. We have the LAV-M for mortar. So 80 millimeter mortar on a LAV platform. We also have the LAV-AD. This one is a prototype that never made it into production, but we included it anyway because it was working. It was in testing phase. It just got cut because of budgetary reason. So LAV 80, it's a LAV platform with I think it's 25mm Gatling gun plus 8 Stinger missiles. So good it's a SHORAD platform that the Marines will have. And in terms of artillery, we have the HIMARS that got a lot of publicity recently. Plus we have ground-launched Tomahawk also that are very interesting to play. So it's cruise missile, ground skimming, sea skimming, and ground skimming missile that will be able to follow the ground while staying low to avoid enemy air defense and to strike wherever you want on the map, as long as the enemy doesn't have some SHORAD of its own to intercept it.
Sounds great. I mean, that's a lot of units for one single specialization, and there are 8 of them. And as you were mentioning before, the customization system is incredibly deep. So there's such an amount of content in the game. But yeah, you know, those screenshots are really good, but people are still waiting. Some people are still waiting to watch the actual video. So I believe that you are now ready to give it another try. So shall we try again?
Third time's a charm.
And we're back.
Yay.
So we couldn't see the comments from the chat, but I can only imagine that they are going crazy. Felix earlier, he spoke a lot about the Marines units. So as you could see in the video, the game is getting there. And those were the Marines. So we have 7 more videos like that planned in order to show you the other specializations available in Broken Arrow. But that's not all that we want to show you today, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. This was just the starter.
Yeah, that was the starter. We have the main course coming because we have a 35 minutes gameplay video, so it's really real gameplay. We recorded ourselves playing, not a trailer this time, so you will have the occasion to see the real thing, get your opinion on that.
Yes, it's an adulterated single-player mission from the single-player campaign. So, before we watch it, what can you tell us about this mission?
Well, I think we can start rapidly. Generally, it's a mission with the Marines, so you will see them in action. All the units that have, well, maybe not all of them, or at least a big part of all the units I've described earlier. We will see them in action, see how the playing works and plays. And I think we will comment over the video when something's interesting happening.
Yes.
You do not hesitate to ask questions.
Yes, of course.
I'm here to answer. We'll do that.
All right, so let's start the video and let's watch this single player mission. So, what can you tell us? What are we looking at right now?
All right. So, well, first thing to mention is that this entire mission has been made with the mission editor, the scenario editor that will be shipped with the game. So everything you see, the camera movements, the cutscene, spoiler, everything you see is made with the scenario editor.
Yeah.
So as a player, you will be able to do that. And also, second disclaimer, as you can see, they are still work in progress elements.
There are some placeholders, but that's fine.
We don't have the voiceover because we record that at the very end, so everything will be voiced that you can read in the game.
So what is the tactical scope of this mission? What is the player going to achieve and what are the objectives of this mission?
So, you're forcing me to spoil a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
no, the situation is the following. So you have the main Marines force that are waiting, that are in fact willing to land to make a shore assault on the peninsula that you can see in the background. The problem is that there is a coastal artillery battery that is preventing them from approaching with the ships, with the landing crafts. So your mission is to destroy this artillery battery. But since it would be very simple to send just send the planes and bomb it, except that's not so simple. There is an anti-air battery protecting the artillery battery. So what's happening is that a group of reconnaissance and infiltration has been sent on the other side of the peninsula to take out the anti-air first. And once it's done, this is the goal, this is the moment to send the main fleet once the anti-air and the artillery have been destroyed. So for the moment, it's a mission that is rather early in the campaign, so we're still bringing the players slowly to the mastering of a full big army of troops. So here you start with a few units on a small area, and your objective is to progress through the different building, to move from building to building to get your way through your objectives. And so what this mission is teaching is urban combat here at this moment. You are facing, there was a tank that was just destroyed in a dominant position overlooking a big park, and it's completely suicidal to go head on with a tank, with infantry transports and infantry. So the good way to play, the right way to play is to go around on the left side. You have different buildings that can cover your approach. You can also help these by dropping some smoke with your mortar. You've seen that at the beginning of the video.
Well, they're also doing now.
No, right now it's the debris of the of the buildings.
That's a bit different,
that are taking. For the smoke, it's like it's white phosphorus. So you see the different particles going on the side. Here you see the infantry using their own smoke grenades.
Okay.
So using the line of sight, it's a very important part of the game. You hide behind buildings, you hide inside buildings, you can move through them and stuff like that to gain a position advantage over the enemy. But that's not always possible. So in this case, you have artillery, so like the mortar, that can bring smoke rounds on a position to break the line of sight even more. And the units themselves, they have like defensive smoke that can be used. You see it used again in the middle of the street to block the line of sight and let the unlucky vehicle that took a hit anyway try to go through without being hit.
Well, you know, sometimes things don't go according to plan.
Yeah, as you know. And so that's the first part of this mission. So you can see it's infantry progressing from building to building with artillery support, vehicle fire support are also here. You can see here there is a javelin being used. So top attack missile, it goes in the air and arrives from the top on the vehicle to inflict a maximum of damage. Because we have a system of orientated armor. Generally, the vehicles have more armor on the front, less on the side, even more on the rear.
Yes.
And the top is pretty much inexistent most of the time, with exceptions as usual. So this is the top attack missile. It hits the vehicle on the top, so it ignores the frontal armor that they can have. So pretty strong unit that we have here.
I have a question for you. Of course, Broken Arrow has a degree of realism to it. What can you tell us about the approach to the gameplay, and what kind of realism can players expect from Broken Arrow?
Well, clearly, this is not a simulation. People expecting a simulation will be disappointed. We're not making a simulation. We're making a game that has a realistic setting. These are all real vehicles, real weapons that are put against each other. But this remains a fictional war that we're doing, a fictional conflict, because, in fact, even simply with the list of units that you have, you can have units that have been retired today. I forgot to talk about it earlier, but for instance, the tanks of the Marines, you have the M1A1 Abrams in its latest version, like AVP, HC, stuff like this. But we also included the M60, the old M60 Patton tank, so in the latest variant, of course, but this tank was retired after the Desert Storm in the 90s. So we have side-by-side units that have been retired today, units that are prototypes that were tested but cancelled for generally financial reasons, and also some units, some vehicles, some weapons that that haven't yet been accepted into service. They are currently being tested or currently being produced. I mentioned like the ground launch Tomahawk. This is something like that is being developed at the moment, like 2 Tomahawks on a unmanned GLTV platform. So this remains a fantasy war in a realistic setting. We have included all these elements because one of the core of the game is to give the creative tool to the player with the scenario editor, and we want people to be able to create what they want. If they want to create a simulation with only the vehicles that were available this year, they can do it. They use what they want. If someone wants to make something really crazy like having units side by side that never met each other, this is possible too. Each person will really choose in fact, the level of realism they want to put in their scenario. And for us, we are avoiding the most blatant anachronism, but we are not making a historical game. We're not trying to tell a period of history. We're not making a simulation game, even if we have a lot of elements that are very accurate in the game. This is a bonus. This is not our objective. Our final objective is not this perfect accuracy. We want to put the gameplay first. We want to have a game that is enjoyable to play, that is beautiful. These things are really important to us.
That sounds great. All right, so while we're talking about this, the scenarios continuing, what can you tell us about what's happening on screen?
So right now, we skipped a bit the mission, sorry. So what happened? So the anti-air battery, the surface-to-air missile battery has been destroyed, so the player now get access to helicopters because they won't be shot down in the distance. And It's not me playing. the guy. When I mention he, it's the person playing. So he's using the helicopter to snipe the artillery with a Hellfire missile. He could have used an airstrike. There are many possibilities. And at the same time conducting an assault with the amphibious troops through the canal.
Wow, I really like this scene. It's really.
Yeah,
really
by the way,
cool.
you can see here the countermeasures on the helicopters, because in the game you basically, if you're being shot at by a missile and you don't do anything, generally the missile will hit. There is very little probability that you will be able to avoid it, unless you have special jammers or stuff like that on your vehicle that will change this. But generally, if you're being shot at, you will be hit. But there are elements like the flares, the countermeasures of the helicopters that will allow you to shift the advantage, to shift that to your advantage and make the missile miss. But of course, these elements are limited in the number of use, so that basically once you're out of countermeasures, you'd better be away from the enemy air defense, because that will be a bad situation for you.
By the way, I really wanted to mention one element of map design in this specific map that we're looking at. You can see that the map was built with a few landmarks in mind. For instance, here we're seeing a star fort dating a few centuries back, I guess. Which was aimed at protecting the harbor, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's really cool that you get to fight around a historical landmark like this.
Yeah, we're basing our maps on real places on Earth to get this good level of realism with them. We also, so the place we're choosing are always places with landmarks. Like here you can see it's a big harbor with the containers, the depot, or well, I don't know how it's called. The place where you put all the containers, storage, I guess. Container storage area with the cranks to put them in the ships and stuff. We select places that really matter at the scale of the map.
Yes.
Because, well, the fort, it's nice. It remains a small thing. The harbor, it's better. It's big, and we have all the stuff like this, like power plants. We have airport, stuff like that.
Refineries.
Yeah, refinery. They take a lot of space on the map. They are the map, and that was important to have maps that if players have to play and say, oh, let's play on the map with the refinery, they don't have to learn the name or whatever. Yes. Everybody will instantly understand what they're talking about. Because if it's, oh, let's play on the map with the river, with the trees and the roads, that's not so so good.
Well, it's a gimmick, you know. Each map has one. But
they can be one like that. If you have 20 maps like this, it's not very cool.
Okay.
Here, what you see, it's an airstrike. Mm-hmm. So you've seen the interface. The planes have been selected. The player has defined a strike area. You can define the length, the orientation. So here it's a short strike, so the bombs will land precisely. But if you drag and drop further, the bomb will be spreaded along all this area. And you can orientate it. So if you want your planes to make their attacks coming from one side rather than head-on in the enemy air defense, you can do that. And you will see, here they come. You have your strike. So, well, the objective here was to destroy the building, but it's a really tall building, large. So these are smaller bombs. It's 250 kilograms. So they're not big enough to destroy. But you will see later in the video, there is building destruction, and the bigger the building, the more resilient it is. And also, the more troops you can put into it, like this one, you can have up to 64 guys inside, which means that you can put different squads and mix them all together in this building. And this system works for vehicles too, actually, because let's say you have a giant helicopter. Let's take the biggest helicopter of all. It's the Mi-26, the Russian giant helicopter that can that can carry other helicopters. You can put more than 100 people in this helicopter. So if we were limited to a single squad inside of this helicopter, that would be totally a waste. We have a system of slot of infantry emplacements, and as long as you have free slots in the vehicle, you can put more troops. If there are casualties and you've lost people in a squad, this is taken into account. So let's say you have 20 slots in a vehicle. You have 2 squads of 13 Marines. If they have taken casualties, and you have after that a squad of 9, squad of 10, that would be 19 people.
You can put both.
Yeah, you can put both in the vehicle.
That's really nice.
This is entirely dynamic.
That's really cool. Yep. I mean, it's not taken for granted because not all games do that.
So here, once again, done with the editor, it's a cutscene. So you had the fade to black. Once again, you script the fade to black. You script that you launch a cutscene. So this is a recorded video. That this is an extra. You can record an extract from the trailer that is in there. This will be part of the mission. And you play your trailer, you play your fade, and you're back in the mission. You have cleaned a bit the script in the back to create the new situation, and that's it. You do that with the mission editor. This is our tool, and this is the tool we're providing to the players.
I really like these aerial duels.
Well, here it's a 2-on-2. It's a double duel.
Yes.
Shall we call that a crash war?
Yeah, we can.
Well, no,
I wonder who is going to win.
They are not playing together.
Yeah.
So, air-to-air combat. So there are several things that you can note. Well, the interface is still a bit placeholder here. We have some missing elements, but the key elements of the air combat is so you can see in the buttons on the right when the plane is selected. You have the possibility to switch the altitude. You have the possibility to activate the afterburner, and you have bombing, striking, stuff like this. And you see here this plane is changing altitude, for instance, and the afterburner is a way to go faster. But at the cost which is consuming more fuel, because there is one green bar that you can see under the picture of the plane, which is the fuel gauge of this plane. Once the plane is reaching a critical limit, it will evacuate automatically, but you also have the possibility to override that and say, no, don't evacuate, stay on the battlefield until the end. Imagine you're in the middle of a dogfight and you're running out of fuel in 30 seconds. Well, I don't care. If you go away from the turning fight, you will lose. So you prefer to finish this fight, beat the enemy, and the plane will be lost. And the interesting part is that when a plane is being shot down, and when it runs out of fuel, there is a probability, which is 100% when you run out of fuel, to generate a pilot. And if you manage to bring back the pilot to the spawn point, which represents your base, you will get a refund for some of the cost of the plane. So finishing the fight at the cost of the plane is not totally a loss if you manage to bring back the helicopter. It's creating some micro objectives during the mission that are really nice, like, okay, here you see there is one pilot on the ground in enemy territory. This will be one of the things that will be done after this moment will be, okay, let's send helicopters to save this guy and get the money back. That creates a dynamic that is based on your performance in the air fight. Okay, so here, what you must do. The enemy fighters have been shut down. There are waves of strike fighters that are being sent to try to shoot at the LCACs, so landing craft, air cushions. So the ships carrying the vehicles to the shore. So you escorted them and you make a little a little flyby.
Nice.
A little show-off flyby next to them. So yeah.
Really cool. Yeah, some of those shots are really looking great.
Yeah, and by the way, you can see so the camera can be either free like this, like you move it with the arrow keys or WSD, whatever you want. But it can also be attached to a unit. So during the airfight, the camera was attached to the plane.
So it follows the unit automatically?
It follows the unit, and then you can move. You can move around it, and it's also possible to have the camera not moving, but focusing on the unit itself. So that this is what was done when moving around the air cushion stuff, because, well, you can create your own little nice shot. It's nice stuff to do when you have a bit of time.
Oh yeah. I can imagine fans going crazy with making nice cinematic videos.
We don't have the sound of the video here, but you have the engine roaring when it's passing next to the camera. It's
anyway, don't worry. I mean, everything will be uploaded later on YouTube, so no worries.
I guess people will have the sound.
Yeah, especially the trailer that maybe some of you guys weren't able to see. No worries, guys. It's going to be uploaded on YouTube in full quality, so no worries if you missed that. You can just pick it up later.
Yeah. So here,
right. So here, all hell is breaking loose.
Yeah. Third part of the mission. The landing party has reached the shore. We are moving. So the objective here, there is a peninsula that is in front of us. The enemy has been dragged by the previous group that was defending the fort, and now your objective is to cut the peninsula in two, trap the enemy troops that were trying to trap yours, and that way obtain their surrender. So it's, as you can see, the scope of the battle is increasing. You have much more units. Here, this is what I talked before. Like
yes.
You see, you take the helicopters, you go grab the pilots, you send the helicopters with the pilot back to base.
That's really nice.
And you get the refund for everybody. So this is creating this kind of micro objective, like that is nice to see.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So yeah, so upon landing we have taken some multiple rocket fire from the enemy, which was not a very warm welcome. So
that looked very impressive, by the way.
Yeah, it's like 40 rockets times number of MLRS shooting at you. That's quite a high number of explosions.
Yes.
So progression. You can see once again the smoke being used. The tanks are being threatened by enemy helicopters. So you pop the smoke to be able to break the line of sight, get away from them. And here it's really combined arms. So you have the infantry progressing through the village from house to house. You have the tanks providing fire support, and at the same time you have the anti-air units that are here to protect everyone from helicopters. And this here, what's happening is that as a secondary objective, you can destroy the artillery battery that has been welcoming you on the shore. And for that, you can use the Tomahawk missile that are fired from the Alekberg destroyer that is in the background. So this is the sea skimming and land skimming missile. You see it passing above the buildings, following the ground, and at the end crashing in it's the equivalent of a 500 kilogram bomb landing on you. So
I can see it being very dangerous.
Contrary to the popular belief, it's not painful at all. You don't feel it.
Well, I mean, you're just gone into the blink of an eye, I guess.
You're just becoming the atmosphere.
Yes, you're just pulverized.
So here we go, one more salvo of missiles to make sure they had enough and won't fire at us again. And here we're starting, so we've been in a suburb, we've been going through the village. Now we're starting to enter the big building. It will be really a building-to-building fight. Infantry is really important. as you can see, it's the maps have open areas, but there are a lot of buildings, a lot of big things. It's really important to position your infantry right, to cover it, to move from one position to the next. You have an ability that you see being used from time to time on infantry, which is a sprint. So you have the possibility to momentarily increase your running speed at the cost of not being able to shoot on the move. And this allows you...
How long does this sprint last?
Several seconds. I don't know yet. It's something we will tweak in the game, but generally it's limited in time. It's not limited in use because, well, you catch up your breath after a minute or two, and you can use it again. On the contrary, the smoke is limited. So what can happen is that you see when the units are getting hit, you see the label starting to flash yellow or red. This is the stress mechanic. So basically when a unit has taken a lot of damage or a lot of fire, their efficiency is being reduced by a stress level. And in the case of infantry, so by default the infantry runs and shoot. The guys stop to shoot and then catch up with the squad to maintain the formation. And if they are stressed, they are starting to not to crawl, but to kneel a bit, like to move more.
But so you mean like under fire?
Yeah, under fire. When they're under fire.
Suppressed.
Yeah, when they're you will see there is like a yellow level of suppression where they're starting to go more slowly, to crouch a bit more. So they gain a bonus of defense for hiding themselves. They make themselves smaller targets, so it's harder to kill them. But on the other hand, they also lose speed.
Yeah.
And at the final level, the red level for infantry, they are crawling on the ground, so losing really a lot of speed. Once again, making themselves a smaller target, so they are harder to hit. But basically, if you're in the middle of a street and crawling, that's over for you. It's no use to try to protect. Oh, the camera almost took a missile in the face.
Then it's game over.
Can we see the camera going down?
If the player gets hit by a missile, it's all, guys. Sorry.
You lose, game over.
Yes.
So yeah. So when they're crawling in the middle of the streets, it's not really useful to stay there. You will be shot anyway. It will just take a bit
of course.
longer.
Makes sense.
So you have these smoke grenades that are here to, okay, let's block the line of sight of the enemy, and you have the sprint, which can be used defensively as well. Like, okay, we are... I was going to say, to swear.
Oh, but please don't. We try to
We are in a very bad situation here, guys. And so we must get out of here, so pop the smoke, hit the sprint button that allows you to momentarily run and go back to a safe position where you will be able to recover and go back to the assault. And by the way, we have a system of supplies. You can see here supplies being brought by the helicopters. This is creating the white circle on the ground. So these are... So this is supplies. This is not a currency, but this is a
resource.
A resource in the game that you buy, and you can drop it on the ground, and this will rearm, repair your vehicles to avoid having to sacrifice your units. Like what happens if a unit is damaged? So you have two choices. Well, three actually. You can send it forward, sacrifice it, but it's not very efficient. You can bring it backward a bit, resupply it, give it back ammunition, a bit of repairs, reinforce the squad in the case of infantry. Or you can totally send it back to base, like we showed with the planes and with the helicopters, where you send back the unit to the spawn and it disappears. You get a partial refund depending on the amount of health, of ammunition, of fuel for the planes.
Sounds great.
By the way, only planes have fuel. It's not really interesting on vehicles and helicopters to have them run out of fuel in the middle of the battle.
Yeah, I guess with land vehicles, it's more like it becomes an issue at the operational level for longer actions.
Only planes really can run out of fuel quite rapidly. Actually, if you take, I don't remember how long like F-15 can fly with full afterburner, but it's really short, like something like 20 minutes maximum. So it really matters only for the planes here. And
so maybe you can have some. Have you seen Dunkirk, the movie?
Dunkirk,
the one set in World War II.
Yeah. And
when the plane runs out of fuel and then it just floats.
Yeah, I remember. I don't remember the scene exactly. Okay. I remember there is a pilot that is getting rescued by a ship, so he must go down at some point.
Yeah.
I thought it was shot down, but maybe it's the fuel. So yeah, and an interesting thing I didn't mention is since we're talking about supplies, that the units can have critical effects. So it's vehicles actually. So there are 4 types of critical effects that are reducing the efficiency of your vehicle when you're getting hit. So it can be the observation part, so the optics. So you won't see the enemy as good or at all if your optics are destroyed. There is the targeting mechanics, so something like the gunner optics, or something like that will make you shoot much less accurately. There is also the reloading mechanism that can be damaged, and so you reload slower. And the final one is the mobility, so you can get track damage or an engine destroyed. So there are always 2 levels. On the you can see in the middle there is a vehicle full of critical effects. Oh, it's dead now. Problem solved, I guess.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
And a little blue on blue with the helicopter and shooting the rockets in the building here. So we had a helicopter strafing to the left while shooting at the enemy, and the building passes in the way, and the final rockets are hitting the building with a bit of dispersion, and it's sadly the Marines in the building that took it in the face. So yeah, critical effects, they are removed by the supplies. So you put your units in the range of the supplies to remove the critical effect, or in the case of a unit that has mobility critical, maybe it's more interesting to bring the supplies to the unit rather than the unit to the supply. It could take less time.
I was seeing another landing there on the beach.
Yep. So final part of the mission, all the key buildings overlooking the crossroads leading to the tip of the peninsula have been taken. So this is triggering the reaction of the enemy to fall back from one side, try to pierce the blockade on the other. So here you're between the hammer and anvil, and you must defend from both sides. A second wave of reinforcement is coming with the LCAC that have made the way back. And so, yeah, a bit of a stressful moment, a LAV AD, like the anti-air defense being shot by enemy tanks. So we call the airstrike as a support. These are Harriers equipped with Hydra rockets. So once again, you can see the ergonomics of the stuff. You click, you drag and drop, and the plane will do all the rest. He will align with the strike, shoot. Like here, it's a very long distance that has been made because the tanks are on the move, so you don't really know where they will be when the plane arrives. So it's better shoot on a larger area to be sure to get maybe not a destruction, but at least some suppression. And here the plan, because we discussed about what was happening, the plan is like, okay, let's suppress the tanks with the enemy tanks with the planes, and once they're suppressed, let's send the tank, the 3 Abrams that we can see in the middle of the screen, to finish them, or to at least to engage them with the advantage of being fresh while the enemy are stressed. So here, first rocket pass was ineffective. It was behind, and this one works well. The enemy tanks are panicked, they are flashing red, so they will be less accurate, aim for a longer time, etc. And you send the Abrams tank to finish them, and here we go. Finish move, finish him.
Wrong game. That's looking really impressive. You know, I'm really loving it. I would love to see the comments in the chat right now. Well, we're going to check them out later, but yeah,
so yeah,
it's looking great.
So that's it. You see, well, the enemy, well, the enemy counteroffensive has been repulsed. The enemy is surrendering on the peninsula. This is a victory. End of the mission. Congratulations, Commander.
All right, so this was simply amazing, Felix. Really, really mind-blowing. For all of you who might have joined late for the stream or who might not have seen the Marines trailer that we showed at the beginning of this stream, no worries. We're going to put everything on YouTube. We're going to put everything on the Steam page. We're going to put everything on Discord. So no worries. You're going to be able to catch up. You know, it's been a long stream,
yeah,
and we showed a lot. But yes, of course. You know, some things you know are unexpected, but we got there. Anyway. My point is that there's still a lot to show about Broken Arrow, but this is it for today, because I mean, this was just one of the available specializations. There are 7 more, so in the next couple of months, expect more videos, more communication. Of course, soon we'll have the Christmas break, so the team is going to take a dessert break. But I have one last question for you, Felix. How is development going? When can we expect to get the game out in one way or another?
Well, first we will make playtesting. We will have a much broader audience to test the game. We will see what the response will be. Well, so far the response has always been positive, so we hope it will continue like that. In the case something is wrong, like maybe optimization, maybe some ergonomics element, well, we will go back to the work to improve that. We really want to offer a quality product. So I wouldn't promise anything. It will be several months at least to finish the game. Generally, well, you will see it when it comes closer to release. There will be more stuff to show. Everything will go crazy. There will be a lot of stuff to show.
All right,
so it's planned for 2023. We are keeping us a margin to make sure that we release a good game, and it's really no use to give a date if it's to move it or if it's to force us to reach this date and have problems because we do that. So it's better to continue to work at our pace, and when it's really ready, we will have really a heavy hitter and something really good. Well, if you liked what you've seen, you will like the game. That's for sure.
That's awesome. So, of course, if you want to know more about Broken Arrow, just follow us on Steam, just follow us on our social media, and please join the Discord channel. We'll be in touch with more news about Broken Arrow in the near future. So don't go anywhere. The game is getting there, and it's going to be amazing. So thank you a lot, Felix. And I want to go back to Marco and the tea room with Julia. Thank you so much.
Bye.